a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
The First Order reigns. Having decimated the peaceful Republic, Supreme Leader Snoke now deploys the merciless legions to seize military control of the galaxy. Only General Leia Organa's band of resistance fighters stand against the rising tyranny, certain that Jedi Master Luke Skywalker will return and restore a spark of hope to the fight. But the resistance has been exposed. As the First Order speeds toward the rebel base, the brave heroes mount a desperate escape. What is up, Bombad family? Can you believe it? Here we are, a day and a half away from seeing the most amazing movie the movie that's going to rock our faces off, at least forever. Frozen 2, ladies and gentlemen, is out. You can see it. You've been able to see it for a while now, but I think we're all doing a group thing. No, it's the Rise of Skywalker. It's the Rise of Skywalker, the cinematic masterpiece of a lifetime. Cats. Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats. You know what, guys? This is our final episode of the Bombad Buildup. I'm your boy, the Canon Junkie, Jerry. And joining me, as always, is my good friend and co-host, Scotty Jairo. Scotty, how's it going?
Hello, Bombad people. We are so close to the dropping of this movie. And the crazy thing is the actual premiere of the movie happened yesterday, if we think about it, since it's dropping Tuesday. So it's I'm sure spoilers are already bleeding out there. So
I'm sure
if you are listening,
yes,
make sure you're off Twitter. I've been off Twitter since December 1st, and it's been actually kind of cleansing.
Jesus, good for you, man. I
know.
I couldn't do that. Like, I've tried. Like, I did it for The Last Jedi, and I was able to do 3 days, and then after that, I was like, I've got to keep going, man. I'm addicted. So
it's hard. It's not easy.
And
it's not easy.
You know, since we're here, the glorious melodic tones you were hearing is not the voice of an angel, but it is close. It is none other than Mr. Bill Sheehy, Mr. Star Wars Bill on Twitter. Bill, how are you doing, buddy? We're so glad to have you for this final installment before Rise of Skywalker.
Guys, thank you again for having me on. This is my second time on the Bombad cast, so I'm very happy to be here and to talk about my favorite Star Wars movie. And you're talking about Cats coming out the same day as The Rise of Skywalker. I hope one reviewer has the balls to say The Rise of Skywalker better than Cats, because that's
otherwise no.
Yeah. That's all I need. Whether it's, John can do it, or Dustin at the Force can do it, Jermaine Musser, Ash, whoever. Just do it better. That's the caption.
If John Hoey gets a blurb on The Rise of Skywalker in marketing of any kind, it has to be better than Cats. Please.
Better than
Make
Cats.
that happen, guys. Tweet at John. But you know what? We are here today to not talk about Rise of Skywalker yet. We're going to think about that a little bit, but we are here to talk about the most beloved Star Wars film of all time, The Last Jedi, of course.
For sure.
I really do believe it's going to be looked back at as one of the greatest Star Wars films ever made.
If not the best. I think in the next 20 to 25 years, it'll surpass Empire. I really do think it
has to.
It just, everything it does, people, there was a similar backlash to Empire when it first came out. So I think that it's just such a well-made movie, and it has so many themes that are just, that take Star Wars into a different kind of headspace and make it something beyond what Star Wars is great to begin with, but it takes it above that for me, and I think it does for a lot of people as well. So I think you're right, Scotty. I think it'll just be kind of as a matter of fact, The Last Jedi, the best Star Wars movie.
Right. Scotty, you had that thing when we first started the Bombad cast where we would ask, what's your favorite movie, what's the best movie, and which one is the most fun?
Most fun.
Such a good question. And my favorite is Empire. I'm ride or die vanilla ice cream all the way. But I will die on the hill that The Last Jedi is probably the most well-made Star Wars film, the best of the bunch. And honestly, watching it, while you're listening to this, I watched it on Saturday in Futureland, and oh my gosh, I said it on Twitter, I'm head over heels for this movie still, and it gets me so jazzed for what's to come. So, but anyway, Scotty, gush, my friend, gush.
Okay, well, I want to say this before anything. Bill is now the host of Skywalking Through the League, which if you haven't had an opportunity to listen to yet, it's amazing.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
I would suggest it 1,000%. Him and his buddy Trey are incredible. I had the opportunity to meet and hang out with Bill at Celebration. It was awesome. But I got to give a little bit of a backstory because this is kind of weird. It's kind of full circle. The first time I ever listened to the Resistance podcast is when Bill was a host on the show, him and Patrick Covey. And they're wonderful people. They're probably the first Star Wars Twitter people I've ever interacted with. Now, with that being said, they had a live event to watch the trailer. And I remember Patrick hosted, I don't know if you were in it, Bill, but I remember getting an opportunity to voice my opinion there, and that changed my whole entire perspective of the fandom. Because it was like, oh, I can actually join and be a part of this, and I was tweeting at Bill, and Bill and I bonded over our redhead, us being redheads.
The ginger connection, if you will.
Yes. But what I'm trying to get at is...
It's okay, no.
Get out of here. Jesus.
Sorry.
But what I'm trying to get at is essentially is
okay.
You do an Ewok gnome. Bill being on TRB was the first Star Wars podcast I listened to, and the first episode I ever listened to was their reaction to that trailer, the TLJ trailer from October 3rd or whatever it was. So it's weird to think like not only has it been it's been 2 years and 2 months since, but it's also been such a crazy journey for all three of us in general, and what we've been through in the fandom. And y'all, I mean, in regards to this movie, that was a rough period post December 17th, all the way until about maybe just around Solo.
Yeah.
Like I remember messaging Alex from Star Wars explaining like this is awful. And we'd agree. We talked about how awful it was to be in the fandom at that time.
Yeah.
And think about where we are now, Like, I remember leaving the theater vividly and being so absolutely excited about this movie.
Yes.
And
absolutely, dude.
What was y'all's initial reactions immediately after walking out of that
Honestly,
theater?
same. When I went on Twitter that night, I thought the reaction was going to be, wow, what a profound, wonderful movie that Rian Johnson was able to deliver. Because, and I saw Knives Out recently too, and it kind of had that same classic Rian Johnson vibe where at no point, when my first viewing, did I have any idea where it was going. And I liked that. Like, there were so many surprises, so many twists, so many turns. I thought that people were going to love that. And, I get, not liking certain bits in the movie, but what I don't...
Me too.
I don't get the backlash to it at all. Like, it just feels like little man babies complaining over something, not getting the story they wanted to get. You were never going to get Luke Skywalker taking down the First Order with a lightsaber. You just weren't going to get that. That is the antithesis of everything that the Jedi stand for. He was on that island for a reason. He wasn't just going to say, oh, Rey, here's this lightsaber, and then all of a sudden, okay, yep, I'm in the battle now. I have zero reason to be here anymore. Like, he was doing it because he thought he was doing the right thing.
Exactly.
It baffles me that, once again, I love this movie. It makes me feel like a kid again. I love seeing this movie. And it's the Star Wars movie I saw the most in theaters.
Me too.
I saw it 10 times, which my girlfriend at the time, God bless her, because she...
That's impressive. That's awesome.
We would pass the movie theater, like we would go out to eat or something, and I'd be like, let's go see Star Wars. And she'd be like, are you kidding me? And so, but it holds a special place in my heart because... the themes that it does, when I was when I saw that movie for the first time, I was dealing with a lot of, some personal issues. Like I had, I was, as I talked about before with you, Scotty, about substitute without teaching. I was a full-time teacher at the time, and I was still trying to finish my degree. And I was taking 18 credit hours. So I was doing that on top of that, and I wasn't doing, as Ron Swanson says, whole-ass one thing, don't half-ass two other things. I was I was doing my best, but, like, I failed. Like, I was, and, like, I was feeling down on myself, and as soon as Yoda came on screen, and, it's wonderful to see him, and as soon as he says, like, listen, dude, you didn't listen to me, did you? Yes, pass on what you have learned. Yes, strength, everything. But folly, pass on failure. Yes, failure, the greatest teacher failure is, whatever the quote is exactly. But like,
I think I have it in my notes, but I won't correct you right now, man. No. It's so good, though.
It's so, I think the best of Star Wars is... I think why people love Star Wars so much is because, like, we've all been Luke Skywalker looking into the sunset, looking to the horizon, wanting more.
Of course.
But, learning, like, that profound lesson and being able to, it's a movie about wizards in space, which is fine and cool, but at the same time, it teaches a lesson. And I think that's really, really important. That's why I love that movie so much, is because its lessons are so... you can,
relatable.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it's real.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's the only Star Wars movie that doesn't feel, to me, it's the only that doesn't feel super, like, far-fetched. You know what I mean? Like, the Phantom Menace's moral story is like, just don't... I don't know, like, I wouldn't even be able to tell you what the Phantom Menace's moral story is.
Don't blockade countries or anything like that.
Yeah.
Taxes are bad, maybe? I don't...
Yeah, I mean... This is the first Star Wars besides the original trilogies that kind of are like, this is like a lesson. Like, watching this movie is like a lesson. And you're like, man, you see each character, unfold in their own weird way. And we'll get into that later. But real quick, Jerry, when you left the theater, initial reaction. What was, like, the first thing that dawned on you?
Oh my gosh. Well, like, in the actual film, like, in the whole supremacy sequence, especially the throne room sequence, whenever the actual big spoilers, guys, Snoke
for a 2-year-old movie,
when Snoke gets what he frickin' deserves and gets, like, cut in half for being a butthole. And no, dude, I was surprised in the best way. I was like, I almost came out of my chair like 5 times because I was just like, whoa, I can't believe what's happening. And it was just, and I'm with you guys. I understand it because I have a lot of friends down south who, I had a friend who, at first, he was like, he really liked. I have a group of a couple buddies, and one of our buddies didn't like The Force Awakens, and we both liked Force Awakens. Well, then he was like, "Oh yeah, I kind of liked it. I just didn't like X, Y, or Z." And I was like, oh, "Okay, just little nitpicky things, but no worries." It seems like after 2 days of talking to my other friend, they were all on the whole "bombs don't fall in space" train, which is again, I mean, if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. It's fine. But I don't know. I got kind of like it was hard because it was a film that I loved so much. And Bill, sort of similar to you, I was in a place in my life where The Last Jedi just hit me right where I needed it. To see Luke Skywalker fail, to see that scene between him and Yoda where, look, I'm going to say this right now. I did a YouTube video before I went to Celebration because I was so passionate about this. The theme of The Last Jedi is not let the past die. People on both sides, stop saying the theme of The Last Jedi is let the past die. That's not. That is what the flawed, confused... villain,
Kylo Ren of the fans.
Villain, that is what the villain, quote unquote, the confused, hurt person thinks. I need to kill the past because it hurts too much. When in fact, if you watch the Yoda theme, that is the antithesis of the entire film. I've got her here. It's the greatest teacher failure applies to every single character arc in that frickin' movie. Also, we are what they grow beyond. This was and I love what Ken Knapsack said. Ken Knapsack from Force Center says. that The Last Jedi is the first Star Wars movie. That all other Star Wars movies are about growing up. This is the first Star Wars movie about growing old. And guys, I had just had a kid that year. There was all kinds of different, whatever different struggles anyone was going through. It was a movie, if you were going through something, maybe it helped you go look, Luke Skywalker even fails, and that's okay. Yeah. I can fail too. But he still came back and he was a hero. Spoiler alert. I don't know. The point of this gushing session, guys, is we love this movie. And no, coming out of that theater, Scotty, at first was just like, wow. I am so elated that I just watched a Star Wars movie that I had no idea where it was going.
Yep,
because
exactly.
Look, we all grew up on the VHSs, most of us. I had the VHSs of the originals, then the special editions. And so I knew where the story was going, even before I knew what the story was. The prequels, we know where this is ending. This is the first time in Star Wars where we have absolutely no clue what's going on. We have ideas because of how Star Wars, the nature of Star Wars. They're not going. I don't think they're going to pull some big grand looks like Poe Dameron was the Sith Lord the whole time, and here's Jar Jar Binks to cut off everyone's. Even though we're the Bombad cast, so we'd probably approve of that. But Misa gonna kill you. Anyway, no, but look, you can respectfully dislike this if it's not for you. That's fine. Yeah. But be kind to each other out there. And that's, what, guys, we can.
That's not what happened, though.
That is not. That's what I'm saying. If you're listening to this and you might disagree with us, maybe don't yell at us. Maybe just go, what? Yeah. I disagree for this and this, but that's okay. It's not for me. And move on. We don't have to convince each other. I think we should be done trying to convince each other either way of this. I just hope that I think you guys are right, though. I think people are going to come back to this and just this is going to be a beloved film. And just give it Absolutely. 5 to 10 years. The kids that are like, my daughter's going to grow up. She loves porgs. She's already telling my father-in-law when he's over here and I paused the screen. He was like, "What's that? A hamster?" And she goes, "A porg." So, I'm telling, dude, right here in the heartstrings. So,
that's awesome.
Again, it doesn't have to be for you. I'm sorry, but I think maybe we should move on from the negativity and let's just gush about what I believe, and I know you guys believe, is one of the best entries so far in the Star Wars saga.
Yeah,
for sure, absolutely.
One thing I will say is, when I left the theater with my friends, it was a very similar feeling. It was like half of them were losing their mind. The other half was like, yeah, not for me, And
it challenged a lot of people.
It did. And one of my friend's biggest arguments was how can Yoda, catch the tree on fire? I'm like, are you nitpicking that much?
Who cares? So bad on that stuff.
It's Muppet, once again, it's a Muppet played by Frank Oz.
By the way, who was excellent.
It can use lightning.
Yeah, he was excellent in Knives Out in live action.
Yes, he was.
Awesome seeing the actual man on screen. So.
That was amazing. No, that's the thing. When this movie had come out, I'll never forget. Leaving the theater with my friends, and it was all. Whoa, my cousin Troy, who's been on the show before, he loved it. And we, I saw my mom's side, my dad's side, and everyone seemed to have liked it, especially the people that aren't super crazy Star Wars fans. Right. Everyone that just went to casually see it are like, man, that was different, that was new, that was refreshing. And it felt so nice to finally see a Star Wars movie that wasn't the same rehash of themes. And and honestly, this is like a love letter to Star Wars. This movie in particular, because The Force Awakens had to comfortably get everyone back into the zone of Star Wars. And I respect it, because that was a hard task for JJ. Yeah. But one thing that no one gives Rian Johnson enough credit for, because that was the only Star Wars movie, The Force Awakens, to end on a literal cliffhanger. Literally,
right.
And imagine having to have the responsibility of picking that up. And you got to think about, why is Luke here? What is Luke doing? I think what he did with Luke only makes the most sense because of where Luke is at. Why would Luke be in the most unfindable place in the galaxy if he wanted to be found?
Exactly.
And he had a map going to him. It's not like Luke's the I don't know. It's not like he's some sort of secret wizard that you're going to go find and bring him back because he's such an important man. I mean, he is all that, but it's not going to happen that way because he's not there. He doesn't go to a forbidden, sacred place to be able for someone to come back and get them later.
Right.
Which I think is the hugest part of this movie that people overlook.
And
that's not my Luke.
I think, what Rian did a really good job of nailing, and I think that some directors and some fans have kind of misconstrued what the Force is and what being a Jedi means. I think that Rian did the best job of any director besides probably George Lucas of nailing what it means to be a Jedi, what it means, what the Force is, and in finding that, like, the balance. I think he did the best job of any director so far and any writer so far nailing that down, because I think a lot of fans and a lot of people that love Star Wars, when they think of the Force and being a Jedi, they think of the Force Unleashed kind of Jedi, where you're using every kind of Force power. Yeah, how much power you have. When being a Jedi isn't that, it's only you're only to use your weapon for defense. It's all about balance. That's where it comes from. That's what the Force, exactly. They're peacekeepers. They're peacekeepers, and that's exactly what the Jedi forgot that they were, and that's why they fell.
Exactly.
Because they forgot who they were. And Luke says that. And I think it's probably the one Star Wars movie that, like, you say let the past, like, a lot of people, Kylo Ren says let the past die, but, like, it's kind of looking back and saying, hey, like, the Jedi were kind of bad. Like, they weren't great. They, at the height of their power, they were able to let the Sith rise and get destroyed. So I think that's what stands out to me above all. The moral lessons is that I think I have a better understanding of the Jedi because of The Last Jedi.
Right.
Definitely.
Dude, well, this is what I love. Scotty, you were saying it's a love letter to Star Wars, but even more than that, it is a total deconstruction of what we think of Star Wars, what Star Wars is, with a complete reaffirmation, a big resounding huzzah of this is Star Wars at the very end.
Yes.
And that's why I don't like. I don't know. That's what I have a hard time with is how so many people just miss that, because I feel like maybe they watched it one or two times and got mad. And look, again, that's okay. This is not meant to be a therapy session for us or anyone else, I guess.
It kind of is. I'm treating it like it
what?
now.
And I was kind of thinking maybe we could do more of like let's kind of ignore the negativity on this episode, but just, it kind of came back out last week.
It's hard to.
It was kind of like a big Last Jedi got trending again, and it just really showed that when you pull it, just got swept under the rug and stuff. And I'm not even saying, look,
it's a 2-year-old movie. Let's just
no,
chill with your hate.
Right. Well, and look, liking or disliking a movie does not give you the right to treat people like absolute crap. Like that is not good. That is not fan discourse. I'm sorry. You do not have any right to yell at anyone. And I know I'm talking down to everyone right now. Like I'm a dad. I'm sorry. It happens.
Do it, Dad.
But no, seriously.
The Canon Junkie is very disappointed in you right now.
Because you see it. And look, I love The Last Jedi, and I love talking with people online. But there's even people who are pro TLJ that I see that they just look, guys, we got to stop the stuff just to piss other people off. Like, hey, post this and retweet this. And look, I'm as guilty as the next one, because I get pissed off at my buddies who don't like. They think Attack of the Clones is better than The Last Jedi, and I think they're on crack.
Yeah.
So, and if they're listening to this, I love you, but you're wrong. So
you don't like the space fantasy movie that I love? Well, go screw yourself.
Right,
I don't want to curse,
but it's just like, look.
But
I hope that we can. And The Mandalorian, I guess, has done a little bit to, like, I can actually talk to some of those guys now, and they're excited again. That's good for them.
Yeah.
And we'll rib each other here and there, but it's all playful because that's how that relationship was. But still, someday we'll come to it. Look, if you love Star Wars, love it. And I'm going to put my soapbox away because I am like really going full on dad mode here, guys. So
I was about to give you an amen, preacher.
Yeah, but. I know, dude. You got to. I think it's also because so many people. It's so starkly contrasted because either it meant so much to you, The Last Jedi.
That's true.
It was absolutely an uprooting of everything you ever believed about it.
Exactly.
And I think that's why
There's no in between.
You know what? Let's make this a freaking therapy session. I'm down for that, man. We got a couple hours here. I got my coffee. I got my water.
Well, I think to me, before we even get into the film itself, the most disheartening part of the whole experience was there, like you said, there were people that you love and that you're friends with that are like, nope, not for
me.
We
can't. It's like we can't talk Star Wars as much anymore. It was kind of a hard time for me before I went to Celebration.
Yes.
So. Where I met these two fine gents.
The beautiful thing of all this that was after this whole situation happened, and we, being in this podcasting world, have seen it. We've got friends like Neil Lowry, and
that dude is just the general of positivity.
Yes, Neil, I know you're listening, buddy, and thank you so much for everything you do for this family, buddy. We all
think about even though this movie had so many things negative come from it. Look at the positive that came from it, because immediately we all as a fan, because I could tell we're all generally positive people from what I know about y'all and when I've hung out with y'all, we're all in good spirits. But it was weird because this whole positivity movement did not exist prior to this movie.
Right.
There was not a positive Star Wars fan base. You know what I mean? It was just a Star Wars fan base. But now we've got this weird thing going on where it's just the kind people, the people that are very approachable in the social media, and they've got people that are, this is a difficult thing for some people to talk about. But in regards to the people that have now come from it who are spreading positivity, it's huge. Yeah. It's a complete 180. And if it wasn't for this movie, we wouldn't have that. So I still, you have to acknowledge it. It's huge.
I completely agree. And at the the discourse behind The Last Jedi for as the year and a half that led up to Celebration was so bad that
it was.
I almost did not go to Celebration because I already bought the ticket from John, and I was like 2 or 3 days before, I was like, maybe I can sell this ticket and make a little bit of money back and do all that. But I went, and the entire time I was at Celebration, I didn't hear a negative thing the entire weekend or however long that it was. It was just a wonderful, loving kind of, wonderful place that I think that Celebration helped change my perspective and helped me kind of get what I love about, what I love about Star Wars and what I love about this fandom. So I think that you're absolutely right, Scotty.
Yeah, it's a huge thing because if you really want to focus in on it, it was weird because I'm sure, Jerry, I think you had an interaction about TLJ, but it wasn't negative. It was more like, let's talk about it.
The first people, I was waiting in line before the show floor opened on Thursday. I didn't know a single person there. And I was we were about to play the Han Solo officially licensed card game. And I had it in my backpack, man. And we were talking. They were like, we really didn't care for TLJ. We didn't really like the humor, but we're really excited for Rise of Skywalker. We're excited to see where things go. And it's like, I ran into most people I ran into were like, yeah, TLJ. There were a lot of Rays that with that gray Jedi. I love that. That's my favorite Ray costume.
The phallus siren.
Yeah. Oh, that was amazing. That
was my favorite cosplay.
That's what was so great about it, is it really restored my faith, because when people aren't behind a computer screen, and even those people, I still get texts from that guy, and it was a guy and his wife, and he will still text me every now and then, and so I just I don't know. Let me. I gotta pull his name up again. I want to give him a shout out, but no, I think it's just amazing that you can go through all of this negativity and stuff and just really get bogged down in it. But when it comes all down to it, that's what I wish the people who are my friends who are negative would go to something like that to see that there is. Because I was just talking to my friend yesterday, and he said, man, most people don't like Last Jedi. That's what he believes. Because everyone I talk to don't like it. But guys, this is seriously, there's a place for positivity where we can all interact and get along and not be jerks to each other. And his name was Dustin. So shout out to my buddy Dustin. I met at Celebration. I don't know if you're listening, buddy.
Yeah, awesome.
But thank you for talking to me, and thank you for being just very luminous, as they say on Black Series Rebels. Anyway, again, I don't know. It's Celebration was the much needed shot in the arm for, I think, a lot of us.
Yep.
Yeah,
For
it
sure.
was, and it was a very interesting time because, like you said, there was, you could, if you were to speak to someone, they said that they didn't like it. They weren't like, I hate it, you should kill yourself. Like we saw. I mean, it was like so visceral and it was so weird, and I guess to stop giving a voice to all the negative opinions out there, it's great to know that once I think The Rise of Skywalker comes out, The Last Jedi is still going to have some discourse about it, but in 5 years from now, I don't think anyone's going to remember it. Or if they do remember it, they're not going to keep talking about it the way they do. There's no in defense of this movie.
I think people are going to remember The Last Jedi. Or are you talking about like the discourse, or are you talking about?
I think the discourse will be dead.
I think so. If it isn't, good God, I'm going to be exhausted. God, I'm going to need at least. That's going to be the reason I drink for the next 5 years.
Exactly. Alrighty. So, y'all, generally with this Bombad Buildup, this is the last one, thankfully. I'm glad everyone could join us on this adventure. But since with the last one, we got to kind of state where we're at in the galaxy. Where are we in this chapter? So, in this portion of Star Wars, it picks up right after The Force Awakens. Starkiller has been destroyed. The Resistance is now on the run. If I'm not mistaken, isn't it like 3 days or 2 days after Starkiller has been destroyed? I thought it
was like a couple hours.
Oh,
I think it's like at most or least like a couple of days. I think. I don't know. Like, is there a I don't know. Is there a canon?
Because it was always my impression that it just picks up immediately after after The Force Awakens.
After Starkiller gets destroyed, isn't it like a week or so until they get off Dakar? Well, then how would Rey have not met Poe?
I'm supposed to be the canon junkie, and I don't even know. So I don't know, man.
I think it picks up like hours because they're like evacuating.
Yes,
I could be wrong, but
I don't remember, but I know the book started off with Han's funeral.
Listen, at least a few hours, at most a day. Let's say that.
Okay, that's fine.
I think like kind of right there is enough room to play.
Well, with that being said, this was the very first one that started off almost directly after the other one left off, which was I think a difficult thing for a director having to do. I mean, you can't really start your own story. You kind of have to pick up where the last story left off, And
it's a bold choice for sure.
It is. And unfortunately, to me, I think that's the only thing that this movie kind of did not benefit from was the fact that it kind of didn't get a clean slate. You know what I mean? It kind of had to pick up, and we had to see where it came from here. And the events of this movie and The Force Awakens are like 4 days at max. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's the only unfortunate thing this movie did not benefit from was the fact that JJ left it off on such a harsh note, but literal cliffhanger.
You kind of have to like pick it up from there because like you want to see the next moment when Rey hands Luke that lightsaber. What happens? Right. So like if you were to go a couple like even like a month or two, you don't get that scene. So like I completely understand, and it was different in that way, but like there's a give and take with it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%.
Anything on that, Jerry? Do you think? Did you like the take on it?
And watching it just this time, every single time I watch this movie, it's like a fine wine, man. I mean, it just gets better and better. But like, I mean, a lot of people in this space, Ken Knapsack, all these people talking about how Ryan really had a difficult task to pick back up, and I think it was the right choice to pick up right there. But the only problem is we had like a year to just speculate our little hearts out about what the heck Luke Skywalker was going to do with that lightsaber, and as well as a funny little video that someone had made where like Rey pulls out a microphone and Luke starts singing, I forget what song, some 80s song. I loved that. But no, we speculated and speculated and speculated, and that's where it spawned a Force Center Speculate Responsibly sticker. It spawned pretty much this entire, but we were all like, oh, Luke's going to take the lightsaber and he's going to like say, I'm your father and all this stuff. And also, you can have my X-Wing. And actually, it's got a sidecar so I can fly you around, kiddo. But no, I mean, if you were I don't know if you primed yourself the wrong way for this.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just really, fan expectations are something we really didn't think about, I think, until this movie came out, honestly.
Exactly.
I mean, The Force Awakens, I think we had a little bit of that, but people were so generally in love with The Force Awakens. I only heard a few poo-poos of it's a new hope. But I don't know, guys. What do you think about that?
Oh, me? Okay.
Yeah, if you want to, Bill, it's up to you.
Either one. It's the toss up in the air.
Wow, what do I think about that? Oh God, guys, I'm very bad at podcasting all of a sudden. Well, I think that you're right, Gary, Canon Junkie.
I'll take any.
Okay. Yeah. Can we redo that? Sorry, I was like, wait, what? I was not.
It was kind of
that.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that at all.
I dropped the ball on you. I'm sorry.
It's all good, guys.
Way to go, Scotty. Way to go.
No,
I can flow back into it. Hold on.
Okay.
I can flow into it.
What was your main point again, Jerry?
Well, my main point, let's see, that we really didn't think about fan expectations until you had a little bit of that with other fandoms with maybe like Batman versus Superman, but here I'll just kind of that's the thought, and I'll just pitch it to you right now. So here you go, Scotty. You can cut here. Mm-hmm. Bill, what do you think about that, man?
Well, I think that there were fan expectations for The Force Awakens because I think, obviously, like, if it had sucked, like, I don't think people.
There was a lot of this isn't the prequels. This isn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. I think that The Force Awakens pretty universally like satisfied people. So I think that like they were there, but like it wasn't what we were expecting because we kind of knew Luke wasn't going to really be in it. We hadn't really seen him at all in The Force Awakens, but we knew exactly we knew he was going to be an instrumental part of this movie. So like Luke is we were talking about it a little bit earlier where I think people think that Luke was the Force unleashed everything and he was more, he was going to Super Saiyan Jedi, but no, he's a Jedi and he's on that island for a reason. So I think people were expecting things a little bit differently. We're Star Wars fans. We always have some kind of expectation, but it's mixing the fan expectations of not seeing Luke for like 40 years.
Yeah.
On film, we think he's going to be some badass Jedi. This isn't like the trailer says. This isn't going to go the way you thought. You think,
right?
And like that's immediate, and some people just reacted the wrong way to it. So
and I don't. Sorry, man. Go ahead. I didn't.
No, go ahead. No,
I was gonna say was I don't know if you guys remember, but there was like a leak that there was gonna be a scene of Luke and Rey fighting the Knights of Ren in the rain, which was we sort of got a fight in the rain, but it wasn't what we expected. And so I heard that and I got so jazzed and I was like, oh, that's gonna be so cool. But I think you're absolutely right. Like you got these after not seeing him for this long. We've seen the prequel Jedi older than Luke, flipping around or whatever. But I'm glad they didn't go that direction. And anyway, I don't know if you guys have heard of that leaked scene or something.
I remember that.
I do remember.
I remember getting so jazzed for that. I was like, oh yeah, but I'm so glad that it didn't turn out that way.
The big thing is I can't wait to talk about it. But the big thing was Kylo Ren was on the set of like every set that Rey was on, Kylo Ren was there, and every set that Kylo Ren was on, Rey, Adam Driver, I guess you could say. But the idea of it is like it was so weird, especially in regards to pre-production and everything they were going into during the actual production of the movie. It was like all these things had been up in the air and all this anticipation had been up in the air, and they started filming literally, I think, January 5th of 2016, like right after The Force Awakens came out, and it was a weird time because we had all these expectations build up. But the good thing is, and I could tell just by how we're talking about it right now, we don't go into movies with these expectations looking to be executed. I am like, this next movie, The Rise of Skywalker, is going to blow our freaking minds.
Trey and I were talking about this. Like we were texting each other last night.
Yes.
And like our expectation, like we don't have any like just story preconceived notions, but we have we're going in and we want this to be great.
It will be.
Exactly.
It will be.
So, but like how it's great and how it wows us, I don't care what that is. Like,
exactly.
And that's what if The Last Jedi proved anything to me, I can be wowed by Star Wars in ways that I did not expect. So I'm not going in with any kind of expectations other than it's a Star Wars movie. I'm Star Wars Bill. I'm gonna like it.
Yes.
So
yes.
like,
Well, but yeah, dude, for sure. But no, even if Snoke comes out tap dancing with a hat and a cane, I mean, that's the only way I think I could be like disappointed. But even that, I would probably be like, wow, that was so unexpected. I love it. No,
coming back to Cats, it's just trying to compete with Cats, and it's doing it better.
Hold on. Let me look. I got a pile of mail here. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I got my Disney check. We're good.
Okay.
I got mine in. I got my check in. I'm gonna be wowed. Bonus. Then I'm gonna be wowed. Wow, that's a lot of zeros.
3 chills walk into a bar.
Oh man. Anyway.
Well, no, it's a thing that often gets overlooked, but in regards to this movie, that opening bombing sequence, everyone was like, the bombs shouldn't fall like that.
Who cares? But there's also hear the noises either.
There's also explosions and fire. There's no oxygen in space.
Have we never heard of magnets?
Yeah, exactly. It was crazy.
How many open holes in spaceships do these places have? I'm sorry. It's like they're like, well, what about the blah 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 and get sucked into space? And I'm like, dude, it's supposed to be a World War II bomber in space. Like, just enjoy it.
As Harrison Ford told Mark Hamill on the set of the original Star Wars, it ain't that kind of movie, kid.
Good pull. Oh my gosh.
I'll just preference this opening sequence as might be one of my favorite opening sequences. Mm-hmm. The shot of it going down, and then we've got Lieutenant Connix, and it's just like it was such a cool opening. It starts very Star Wars, just immediately kicks it off immediately.
And
probably more so than most of the other movies. It really was. I mean, Revenge of the Sith. Arguably
that's my favorite opening, just because the pounding of the drums and going directly into the action.
Yes.
But I think what The Last Jedi does really, really well is it sets it up as like, okay, this is going to be a fun Star Wars story, but like because you have little echoes of the past. You have Poe a cocky pilot who's going to take everybody on.
Oh yeah.
You have the humor. You have insurmountable odds against the rebels. So it's like it's hints of that. It's echoes, but at the same time, like you have the opening scene is devastating for the Resistance because it's they lose a lot of their ships. Sure, it's supposed to be that they take down that dreadnought, but at great cost to the Resistance. If they had those bombers, if they had those ships, the position they would be in at the end of The Last Jedi, if they had them, is completely different. And once again, it's learning a lesson. It's Poe actually like going and he's really upset. He's really kind of he wants to take down the dreadnought. He's not thinking of anything else. He's not thinking about the overall cause.
No.
But that's why it pays off later. He learns his lesson. But I think in terms of just, that scene with with Paige, and like when that trigger went like behind her, I'm like, oh, it's going to be that kind of movie where nobody the Resistance loses. But like, I think it does a great job of setting the stakes very, very early and setting up lessons for later down the film.
Yeah, and especially with that opening sequence, it's probably the first it's very cool in regards to storytelling because you get introduced to this character, and it's the very first time we ever seen the perspective of like a very rough resistance or rebellion job. You know what I mean? It's not a very luxurious thing. We've also learned that with The Mandalorian. Bounty hunting is not luxurious. That second episode really sets the tone for that, with the Jawas. But like this in particular, with the gunning sequence, and Paige has to kick that thing, and everyone's dying around her, and she has to die herself in order for such a small win for the Resistance, and Leia knows that, but Poe doesn't, and that's where it's. I can't wait to see Poe in the Rise of Skywalker because I think he knows that lesson now.
Yep,
right.
He knows that it's got to be all. I mean, he says it there. It's now or never. It's all or nothing. Poe's mindset is so awesome because it's this idea of like it's got to happen. It's got to happen. It can't not happen this way. But it's okay to suffer a loss, but at what cost? You know what I mean? Or win, or even win, but at what cost?
Right.
So that's a huge lesson there, and often overlooked. It's just a cool space sequence, but it's that.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is really, I feel like, the first Star Wars film where we feel the cost of these wars.
Oh, yeah.
Because I mean, we see a lot of pilots die. I understand that, but this was like, they really got you in there intimately with Paige. Like you were in her gunner seat with her. You were there as she was calling to her friends. Yeah. Up at the top, my gosh. And just that, like every single moment and the look on her face as the fire comes towards her. I mean, and I don't think we're not used to seeing that in a Star Wars movie. Mm-hmm. We're not used to seeing the cost, especially the shot of Leia looking at the screen where you see the flashing X-Wings and bombers and all that. And you see all of the X'd out ones. Mm-hmm. Yep. And my goodness, heavy toll.
I think we're used to like, the Resistance, the Rebellion, they're the good guys, so they're going to go in guns blazing and it's going to work out.
Right.
But like I think immediately like nothing went right for the bombers. Like everybody was like, as they were getting over there, they were getting shot up. There were blaster shots all over them. It's incredible how like it just changes the perspective a little bit, you know?
It does. Yeah. Definitely does.
As much as we love Poe, he's not Han Solo.
Nope.
And Han Solo is the one who can take the dangerous plan and do it right. But he usually is only putting himself in danger. I think that's something that's kind of overlooked sometimes too, is we want these characters to be like, they're the proxies for the older characters.
Right.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, these are brand new characters with their own struggles. And it's just, I love what they've done with Poe. Like, I think he went through an excellent arc in this one. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of good arcs in this movie.
And I just love the sequence where he hangs up on Leia, and then Leia turns to 3PO.
Oh.
3PO, wipe that
nervous expression off your face.
Off your face.
I will certainly try, Jones.
I'm nervous.
Oh, that was so great. Classic 3PO.
It's almost scary too in regards to how it's edited with Captain Kennedy and you're kind of right. It does kind of set up like the Resistance are not at good odds this whole movie, and the First Order obviously is more powerful, but the Resistance is way more cunning, they way more clever with their maneuvers, and I love how they don't think in a restrictive way. Captain Kennedy is a great character. He's obviously an Imperial leader as well, right. And the way he just delivers all of his lines, you can tell he's annoyed by this new method of doing things, and
so tasty.
We should have scattered the troops, scattered the ships five bloody minutes ago.
Yes.
Bloody minutes ago.
Okay. Am I wrong, or is like Captain Kennedy the only First Order officer who is intimidating? I mean, there was the guy in Force Awakens who goes like, "Alert General Hux and stop that fighter." He's low key my favorite in Force Awakens.
Because
Kennedy's the best.
The Last Jedi did a lot to emasculate Hux. Because oh my god. He became, and pardon my language, such a baby back bitch. He did. And just such a short amount of immediately, he was kind of intimidating a little bit. He had some promise, but then that's completely out the window. In the first 5 minutes, this first scene, he's just like, yep, nope, nah. He's a cur or whatever.
A cur's, properly manipulated, right.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, and I get it. Some people were like, oh, they made him into a clown, but no, man, I think they just revealed the true face of man. If you're a space Nazi, if that's what dude, if you're all about that hate lifestyle, man, that's your true nature. I'm sorry, you're a clown. We're all laughing at you and shut up, sit down.
True.
Just come on.
One thing I was thinking about the editing. I'm sorry. What do you want to say, Bill?
No, it's keep going. We're good.
Well, I wanted to kind of dive into like how it was edited. It was so suspenseful and it was actually kind of scary. And they did a great Godfather 3 kind of feel where they were Poe's screaming, everyone in Kennedy's screaming, and it just vocaled out. No, there's no vocals there, and it's her grabbing the thing, and then she clicks it, and then the explosion occurs.
John Williams.
It's now or never. It's now or never. And it's cool because what Ryan does in this movie, he does what George did with the prequels. He reuses lines throughout the same movie. It's now or never is used later, by I think it was Rose or Finn, come on, it's now or never, It's and also the line "a spark of hope" gets brought up a billion times in this movie.
Love it.
Which is great. It's like hammering the theme of the movie. But yeah, no, I love after the Dreadnought explodes and stuff. You get Snoke showing up, and then Snoke's just like throwing Hux around, hurting them, beating them up. Yes, and
I love that.
I want to talk to him in my quarters, and it just publicly embarrassed. It's amazing.
Oh my gosh, I absolutely love Potato Head Snoke hologram. Like that is amazing. Just the way he like comes up.
Potato
so
Head
big.
Snoke, jeez.
He's so big, just his head. It's like. He's like, oh, I'm gonna like completely like slap you in front of everybody and just like, you're a punk, dude. Like, he's like,
Excellent.
I own you. Oh,
Excellent.
man.
I'll take it in my chambers. 2 seconds later.
And then like the way he screams as he goes down, he's like, whoa,
slides across the ground.
Oh, my goodness.
You get the next part back onto the Radis, which is the best name ever. I'm so glad they named that ship the Radis. I know it's never said.
Yes.
Is it ever said? Is it said in the movie, the Radis? The Radis?
I don't think. Is it?
I think when they're evacuating, it might be.
Okay.
But you guys will have to. I buy the visual dictionaries like immediately after the movie, so that's probably where I really got it.
But with that being said, when Finn rakes up on the Radis, and the first thing he asks is "Where's Rey," is amazing. Because one thing I will say is this movie is probably the best edited Star Wars movie because it does something that most Star Wars movies don't do. This movie, whenever a character's name is mentioned, like Kylo Ren, it like literally cuts to Kylo Ren in this next sequence after this part.
It does.
But what would you want to say, Bill?
I think you're right because it does like. The scene is telling a story, and it naturally, as it naturally ends, it brings you to that natural progression. Wait, where's Han? And then you have boom, Kylo Ren, and then you have Rey.
Yes.
So it's so cleverly edited, and so I think you're right. I think it probably is the best edited so far. That may change on Thursday when we see it, but we'll see.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness!
Okay.
Who knew?
Well, back to it. He's
I'm freaking out, guys.
And it immediately cuts to that overhead shot of Octo, which I think the thing that's going to be looked back at the most in regards to like location wise. I think Octo is going to be one of those things that like is something so cool to go back to and explore and think about as a planet, as a place, and hopefully.
I want to go to Ireland just so I can go to Skelly Michael. Like that's like. Whenever I go, like I'm going during the prime operating months of Skelly Michael. So
yes, you got to you got to get there because it's like they only let 2 people on a year, I hear. So no,
listen, I'm just gonna say, hey, listen, here's a $2 bill. Here's a $2 bill. I am Star Wars Bill.
Just break into.
If you just want to let me in here one time, Bob's your uncle. There you go. An English thing.
Bob's your uncle. There you go. No, all you gotta do is break into Lucasfilm and grab like an animatronic Pori and be like, dude, I'm just returning this. I'm just returning.
I've got to.
That doesn't sound like a difficult thing to do at all.
It needs to go home.
Gotta find the archivist, whatever her name is.
Yeah, this is a Free Willy type situation. Come on.
Yes.
Free Porkle.
Free Turbis. Yes, yeah.
Free Turbis, baby.
Turbis. Good call.
What if it's mentioned?
Shout out Tatooine Sons.
I don't mean to talk about Tatooine Sons here. They're great, but like, what if it's like actually mentioned in the Rise of Skywalker, or
he was in a comic?
He was in it, but he was also in the poster. He's in the poster for the international international poster.
Is he really?
Oh, dude.
Yes, he is.
they're gonna be. I'm gonna I'm gonna put my fists in the air if they say Turbis in the Rise of Skywalker.
God,
you know, like one for the homies over in Colorado and stuff. You know.
Well, back to the island.
Fingers, put them in the air. There you go.
Back to the island. It's so weird because even when you think about it, Luke went to this island to forget everything, to forget the past, forget about all of it. And random chick shows up with a reminder of everything he's ever left.
Right.
What would your natural reaction be, gentlemen? Jerry, what would your natural reaction be? Let's say you had this horrible past, you made this huge mistake, and this person walks right back up with something you lost that your father took literally cut your hand off, and he shows back up and's like, look, I've got this for you. What would you do? Would you immediately go, well, time to go back? No. Anyway, what would you do? I know what I would do.
Well, naturally, I would set it down gingerly upon a pillow and dust it off. You know, put it under a nice all-weather lamp, and make sure it's taken proper care of in a hermetically sealed chamber. No, I don't, because and I almost don't even think he's trying to forget the past. He's going there to die because he thinks all he's doing is like perpetuating violence. And here comes this weapon that you made a bad mistake. Like, you shouldn't have left Yoda to go face. You were not ready to face your father, and he handed your butt back to you. And almost dude. And I'm sorry. Look, I get, and as some people said, if he tossed it to the side when he was he did in Return of the Jedi, you know, I could see that working. Mm-hmm. And I think it was meant to be more shocking than anything. Yes. But also, I think people aren't giving credit for that where credit is due. And I don't know, because I'd have to do more research on it. But that feels like that was Mark Hamill's idea himself. Because what is more Mark Hamill? I mean, before The Last Jedi, the way he was trolling all of us, about what's going on, you know, that's so Mark Hamill to the fans to be like, what am I going to do with the lightsaber? I don't need this thing anymore. I mean, that's Mark Hamill right there. And then everyone's like, darn Rian Johnson. I don't know, man. But I get it, because it's a statement to Rey. No, kid, go away.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm doing what's right for the galaxy.
Right.
The right thing for the galaxy, which this is what made it so. This is a great metaphor for mental health as well, and depression. This is something I feel like I'm only hurting people if I get involved. I need to just disappear, which is not necessarily correct, but that's where Luke is. And I'm sorry, man, but I think it's great when we give these characters, our heroes, struggles that we deal with too. So I don't know. So that's just that. It's him. Look, that's what he's doing in the entire rest of the sequence, where he's drinking milk at milking a phallus siren and all that. That people apparently are so offended by. But I guess they've never been to a dairy farm before. Sorry, no, it's good. I'm from Arkansas. I've seen it before. No, dude, he's trying to say, look, I'm not worth it. Go away. I'm trying to save the galaxy here. He's trying to just he's not a jerk, but he's trying to pretend to be a jerk to get this kid look, stop trying to pull me in, because I'm only going to make things worse.
Exactly.
And I think
I wanted to ask you.
I think it's a great, when I first saw it, it's kind of funny, honestly, because they build it up as it's that moment. Remember that moment you loved at the end of the last one? Here's the build up, and they build up. They do the music. They pause the music, throw it over your shoulder, and everything's confusing. But I think what it does, and I want to talk about it when we get to the end. But here you have our great, one of the greatest heroes in cinema, or one of the greatest heroes the greatest hero in Star Wars, throwing away the legacy, throwing away everything that he used to fight.
Yes.
And at the end, he's not using his green lightsaber. He's using his father's lightsaber. He's taking up the mantle that he threw away at the beginning. And I think that is a wonderful kind of character arc that he's finally accepting. I am a Jedi. I can bring hope back to the galaxy. Mm-hmm. So I think that's why it's important.
That's huge.
Absolutely.
Well, Jerry, I think either you wrote this or I might have wrote this. I don't remember who wrote it, but it says Luke is broken, but he's 100% Luke. Mm-hmm. He's still Luke. I mean, like through and through, he's just broken. He's suffered. He. We don't know this yet in regards to the story, but he made a mistake when he was trying to do typical Luke to try to prevent a mistake, or try to prevent a situation. He ended up making a mistake that caused it, just like Anakin did. Just like Anakin did. He tried to save Padme, but in the end, he ends up killing Padme. He tried to save Ben Solo from the dark side. He ends up turning him into Kylo Ren. He literally created the next Darth Vader, and he did not mean to. He was trying to prevent it from happening, and he made a mistake, which is often overlooked about this character. I mean, could you imagine if all you wanted to do was clear the galaxy of terror and evil and tyranny, but then again, you mistakenly make that again? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's...
Look, Ben made his choices too, but to be the inciting and look, Luke is, man, he's look. I'm sorry, guys. Luke Skywalker watched the prequels and didn't like them apparently.
Yes,
because he did not agree with the choices of the Jedi. So look, we all have to deal with that as well. But look, here's Luke and. I think we focus on how much time passes when he turns on the lightsaber. That was like a split second, and Kylo happened to wake up, man. Yeah. I mean, but you got to think that the weight that – because Luke was only wanted to become a Jedi because his father was one.
Exactly.
And then, I mean, he's such a moral – like he grows so much as a character that, in Return of the Jedi, he's like, no, this is what – I've been taught by Yoda, I've been taught by Obi-Wan, but this is what a Jedi truly needs to be, is all of this. I'm going in Jedi circles now, but yeah. So no, I agree though, guys. I think Luke is again broken, which gives, I don't know, me comfort that Luke Skywalker can be that way, but he's still Luke Skywalker through and through. He thinks he's doing what he has to do for the galaxy. It's just he's just a little sad right now.
Just a little bit.
And I mean, who wouldn't be?
Mm-hmm. Well, when he decides to walk away from Rey and he goes back into his hut, I love when Chewie breaks down the door and the line is, "Where's Han?" And then it cuts directly to Kylo Ren, and it's a close up.
I love that.
It's amazing. It's amazing, and you kind of see a very similar interaction between Snoke and Kylo Ren, because Jerry wrote in his notes, it's amazing. Snoke builds up Kylo Ren. He's like, you're the new Vader. Now I fear I've mistaken, and he turns that conversation very quickly, and I think it's huge, and I think people often overlook that. With Snoke and Kylo, we get a completely different interaction. We get this interaction to where it's same master and apprentice, but Snoke builds up Kylo only to really just cut him down to his core.
Dude, he sets up those dominoes insanely too.
It's amazing.
I was really this time. I don't know why. I noticed this time. I mean, he's like compliment. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're awesome. Also, you're a piece of crap.
Yeah.
And I hate you, and you're not worth a dime.
New Vader. And then he goes, now I fear I have mistaken. And then it's brutal.
Such an abuser, man. He's so abusive. I kind of it's interesting the way they've really played Snoke, and I think I put it 2 times in my notes. I'm so intrigued as to Snoke's part in all of this.
Yes.
That's not to say I am 100% great with what happened with Snoke. I loved it. That was my favorite part. It was so unsuspected, and it was a surprise, and I thought it was the way that the Kylo Ren character should go. But and I'm not going to be upset if they don't give a PowerPoint presentation or anything, but I
want a PowerPoint presentation.
To see, and I think considering I don't know if we want to talk about that TV spot that leaked a couple of days ago.
Dude, Kylo Ren. Hearing all Vader, Snoke, and Palpatine on. Oh, that's so.
Do we want to mention that?
I'll bring it up.
Absolutely.
I've been off the grid, and I had 4 friends reach out to me. Have you seen this yet? And I'm like,
That's one that would make a lot of ripples. Oh my gosh. I had just taken Allison to a doctor's appointment like an hour and a half away from the house. And I was like, we got in the car after the appointment. I said, I'm really sorry, but I've got to watch something real quick. And she just like, it's like, okay, just got it on Facebook and stuff. I'm like, okay, so spoilers, run away if you don't want to hear this and come back in like maybe just 4 minutes. Palpatine, it's like, my dear boy, so was it at long last? I have been then Snoke's voice, single voice, and then Vader's voice inside your head.
That's so good.
Gosh, and I completely called it.
You did.
I said, I was like, dude, Palps, as soon as his laugh is in that trailer, and go check out the Bombad Cast's trailer reaction at Celebration, because we're whores. But
The Bombad Cast.
Bombad Cast.
Wow.
No. Ever since I heard Palpatine's like laugh in that trailer, I was like, dude, that's who he was talking. That's who he heard through the frickin' helmet.
Yes.
Yep.
And
that
he
makes the most sense.
And the Sith Temple. I'm sorry, I'm gushing. You guys gush now.
It's morbid. It has to be morbid. Like what else could it be? What else could it be?
Think about Moraband.
It was like an upside down pyramid too, was it not?
Beautiful.
If they wanted to do, some symmetry, some poetry, make it Malachor. Why not?
Gosh,
Then you have some Then you have some rebels, and it doesn't really look like that same kind of, area, but
it had to kind of look like that. But dude,
actually,
if you want to get insanely crazy, what if it is? And I'm trying to think of the exact name. What if it is? World Between Worlds, not World Between Worlds. Father, son, and daughter.
Oh my God,
Mortis. I was like, I want to say Moraband.
It was
it's Mortis, because that was a freaking pyramid in the middle of space.
It was a
there's a dagger too. And there's a dagger in the movie.
Oh hell,
dude! This movie is going to destroy me. I know.
Well, I want to say one thing. If you think about in regards to Palpatine as a character and where he could have went and what that all could mean, I just have no idea what this movie is going to do. And especially if he was within Snoke, or if he if the big thing was, who is Snoke? Mm-hmm. And I never really cared. I'm gonna be honest with you. I always thought, well, he could have been Plagueis, but he's obviously not. This is who is Snoke. But now I actually care way more. Was Snoke just a vessel, or was Snoke some sort of failed?
Was Snoke in contact with Palpatine?
Yes.
Oh my gosh! Give me all of the weird Force stuff, please.
I know.
Please get Clone Wars. Get George with this, man.
Well,
let's get all weird. Let's get weird. I like to get weird and eat chocolate and drink Coke.
You will bring me a Coke Zero?
Bring me Coke Zero. I had to switch to Zero like a year ago. It's okay. But Scotty, what were you trying to say?
Oh, I wanted to bring up this.
I won't interrupt you anymore. I promise.
Faster and more intense?
That's what. Yeah. You took the words right out of my mouth, George.
Faster and more intense. Well, look, Jerry, you always brought up in regards to Yoda always says. Yoda says
George is leaving it.
Oh, bye, George.
Cool. Bye, George.
Jerry always said how
I love you. Thank you.
I love you too.
Wow.
Jerry always brought up how Yoda says death is a natural part of life. I think that's what Yoda says, or one character says.
Well, yeah, Yoda says death is a natural part of life, and that's like Yoda in the Clone Wars, which I think Yoda was learning some stuff. But that is the Jedi. That's the light side, man.
Yes,
that's a natural part of life.
What does Palpatine say?
Palpatine says that the dark side is a pathway to many abilities.
Some consider to be unnatural.
Yes, that's the line I have been
Jerry loves
gravitating towards.
Mm-hmm. I hope we get some unnatural, insane shit with this movie. I hope it gets wild.
I'm getting sweaty just sitting here talking about this. We need to get back to PLJ, but
I know. But
I'm gonna have to take a shower after this. Holy
shit.
Look,
I need a new pair of pants.
Yeah.
I just want to see what Palpatine like what does he look like? They are holding it for something. He's not going to look like the Palpatine we're used to seeing.
No,
I honestly hope he's some sort of demon skeleton. I hope
I'm slimy.
I think he's going to be kind of
You know,
I think he's gonna look kind of not like Vader-esque, but like he's kind of cobbled together. You know, like you see that chair, and like you see kind of there are things that are like maintaining him.
Yes.
So something like that. It's also like. It's interesting to me because, like, one of the last things that I did when I was at Resistance was Ian McDermott actually came to Lexington for Lexington Comic-Con.
Yes.
And, like, I asked him, like,
this.
hey, man, would you be willing to be the Emperor again? And, like, I'm wondering if he knew at that point because, like, because he said, obviously, I would do it again. So, like, it's such a – I love that guy. I'm so excited to see what he's going to be because I think he's going to be – I'm glad that they made the decision that, like, okay, this is the end to the entire saga, so you have to have the big bad in it. And so, like, that's not just, like, the First Order or it's the Empire. Whatever. You had to have that big bad, and I'm glad that he's coming back. But anyway.
Well, this will play back into TLJ. Kylo Ren is being manipulated the whole time in this movie, and manipulation's a huge key to this movie and his character. And he thinks he finally gets the manipulation out of his, head. He killed Snoke. He's no longer going to be manipulated. Mm-hmm. But it's really beautiful to think that nope, you've been talking to that Vader mask the whole time, and that's been me the whole time. You're more of a fool than you think you are.
He's thinking that. Every person that he kills, he thinks he's making himself better. He's getting that voice out of his head.
Yes.
But it's not going to go away till Palpatine is. So, that's cool. I can't wait, man.
I'm a Gungan tadpole right now. My gosh, I was just like, I'm sweaty. Woo,
yes.
We need to cool down.
well, to get back to TLJ. It's cool because alas, you're no Vader. You're just a child in a mask, and I think his character arc in this movie was, I am gonna be like Vader. So he gets rid of the mask, but to only return to the mask makes the most sense because as a character, I mean, this dude here, he wants to be Vader. He wants to be powerful, but Vader had to wear a mask, and he was still almighty and all powerful, more so than Kylo Ren could ever be. But
right.
Of course, he loses his mind, and Snoke kind of like dismisses him out the room. And I love when that happened because that's when he loses his shit and he just destroys the helmet on the elephant. And he's so mad. And
we got to have at least one Kylo Ren temper tantrum
we will.
in Rise of Skywalker, right? I mean, like the console in Force Awakens, the helmet, and
he's gonna.
So
it'll
he was just like, "This is gonna look super sweet when I glue it back together."
Yeah.
A little bit of red, red in the mask for you.
I got some cool glowing red glue that's gonna look amazing.
How broken his character is, and we of course go back to Octo. It's great. It's amazing, and we go back to Octo and Rey says the line, "There's no light left in Kylo Ren, and we need a Luke Skywalker." And she doesn't know that she needs to be the Luke Skywalker. Like she is now that role, and she has no idea of that. And I think Luke's a great guide for Rey because Luke, it's kind of interesting. Every character in this movie kind of goes back to their life before they became a hero. Han goes back to smuggling. Leia goes back to being a general. Luke goes back to living a pretty mundane life, I'm sure Tatooine wasn't the most exciting thing in the world,
right.
But he returns back to it in a different way.
But hey, oceanfront property now, so good on you, Luke.
Yeah, he did it. But it's this sequence where Luke is kind of showing his everyday life. It's to show that mundanity, but it also shows this great world building of what of what Octo's really like, and it feels very prequels. This part in particular feels very prequels. It shows the area around him, what he does, what his daily life is. It's great world building, but also it didn't dawn on me to this viewing, but it totally parallels Rey's life on Jakku as well, because it's the same thing. It's just this average everyday life that these people are having to go through, And to some, it's just they don't want to leave it. They don't want to leave it. They're used to it. They don't want to change it. Obviously, Luke's okay with living that way the rest of his life. And then Rey, exploring the island, discovers the Force Tree. And I got to say, the Force Tree was – I think it was one of the first, leaked sets, a shot of the tree. And people were freaking out about it. But the way they execute it is so well done, and it feels very Dagobah. And they have the Jedi voices, and you hear the ha-sa-sa, but it's not scary. It's not Sith sounding. It sounds very welcoming and calming. I don't know. Does anyone else have a love for the Force tree? I think it's one of the coolest sets they've ever done.
I think it's interesting. I like it. I'm also like, it's so interesting because I don't think that they carved anything out of it. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just not thinking set building. I'm thinking of the Jedi before that.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what happened? Did they have like special growing techniques that like because I don't think that that's the Jedi way to go in there and just like carve everything up, at least at that point. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. It's very interesting. I don't know. This whole sequence with Luke is fantastic, and you've got to think like I just have to go back if I can real quick to after she gives that big spiel to Luke about what has gone on in The Force Awakens. The one thing I wish they would do with Last Jedi is do a special edition and add in that scene after. I know it probably might mess up the flow, and I don't need it in there. Yeah, but I would love to have the scene of him going back into his hut and having the single tear roll down his cheek.
Oh yeah,
just because that adds so much more to me. But again, I don't think it needs to happen because we know Luke. We know that Luke loves his friends, and it's taken all his Jedi willpower to stay here and do this, and protect all of this. But the Force tree though, man, absolutely like bonkers, incredible. Who would have thought like, hey, let's have a Jedi library and get this. Let's put it inside of a tree.
A tree, yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. What do you think of that whole sequence, man? Bill, what do you think of that whole feeling and sequence? I think it feels very Dagobah. I think it feels very nice.
I think it feels like, because I think Luke finally figures out that like, okay, this isn't just some messenger. This is she came here wanting something, and like she's got something in her that makes her special, and so I think it is a little bit eerie because you're in a very kind of dimly lighted place, but the only light in there is going directly on on the books.
Yes.
So it serves as kind of the Force guiding her to what she needs, the knowledge that she's looking for. And then it also treats it as like, okay, Luke is figuring out who this is and why she's important. So I think and it's also like it shows you that sure, Luke is on this island. He's kind of a curmudgeon now, but at the same time, he still has that Luke Skywalker humor. Like, where are you from? Nowhere. No one's from nowhere. I'm from Jakku. Oh, okay, that is pretty much nowhere. So it shows simultaneously that very special Luke, who she is, why she's here, and it also it does plant a little bit of a seed for Luke that maybe I should kind of take her on as a student. So I think it's wonderful.
Well, she uses the same exact line as Luke does. I know this place. I know. She is aware of where she is. It feels familiar, and then she uses that great line that something inside me has always been there. Now it's awake, and I'm afraid. And that's the same exact line that I think Yoda would use. Didn't he say? He said, "Scared will you be?" or something like that. And he says, "No, I won't be scared." And he goes, "You will be."
Or no, Luke says, "I'm not afraid."
I'm not afraid. That's it.
Yeah, because he's telling him you're not ready, and he's like, I'm ready. I'm not afraid. Yeah.
It's awesome, and I love that Luke cannot sense her. And it's totally referenced here. He has no idea, and he shut himself off of the Force thing. It's awesome, and I love how Luke's reasoning behind it's time for the Jedi to end. It makes sense. He's got great points why the Jedi should be over. He specifically says the Jedi do not need to own this power, the light or the Force. They do not need to own it. They can use it, but they not need to be associated with it. It's not just the Force is not just for the Jedi. It's for everyone. Right. And I love that. It makes sense until the very end, where he's like, you know what? We need to stop this evil in the galaxy from.
And if it takes a Jedi to do it,
yes,
there you go.
We'll definitely get that later. But we end up back on the Radis, and we get the great slap from Carrie Fisher, and you know, "Dead heroes, no leaders" is a great line because it's true. I mean, regardless of if you want to make sure that the First Order ends up getting a very small blow, you can totally take down a dreadnought, but now you've lost all these leaders and all these heroes are dead too. It's just like it's not even worth celebrating. Obviously, we did it, we beat them, you know, but you didn't because there was way more casualties involved.
Right.
And I love when the supremacy shows up. That amazing editing and how loud it is. But boys, when we're on the Radis and they show up, I thought the idea of them tracking them through hyperspace is amazing. What do y'all think? I thought that was so clever because it's mentioned in Rogue One, hyperspace tracking.
Right. I think so. It sets up that, okay, it makes the Resistance even more desperate because no matter where they go, they're going to get caught.
Exactly.
So it means that, okay, they've got to figure out how to get past this. And I love how, like, they were like a second away from going to hyperspace and then being out of fuel even more.
Yeah,
so,
right.
like, it's just a split-second decision where it's like, whoa, wait a minute. They're tracking us through light speed. Yes, so it puts it's a lot more. The First Order is more dangerous than the Empire in that way. So, because their planet destroying and their solar system killing planet is gone.
Yes,
but there's so few Resistance people left, and there's so much of the First Order. It's mind-boggling that they're even surviving at this point.
Exactly.
Right.
Jerry, any context on that?
No, I mean, just, you know, I think people like kind of got upset about like, oh, they've always been able to track people through hyperspace. This is kind of like a good expansion on it's a good moving forward of the technology though. Like back in the Imperial days, they had to throw a tracker on you or something. You know, like, you know, Vader in A New Hope's like, did you put the tracking beacon on the Millennium Falcon? This is like, dude, you don't have to put a beacon on anybody. They can just like straight up come and find you. It's like Apple must be running the First Order or something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they got you in the cloud, buddy. You know, like you're done.
Actually, there's actually a deleted scene where we actually see Leia like hit accept on the terms and conditions.
Yeah.
So it's her fault.
It's like, darn you, Snoke.
Yeah.
No, I had
read
something.
The terms and conditions, General? Well, no.
No, I do what everybody does. I scroll to the bottom and I. No, look. I think what I had on there too, you know, like a lot of people kind of talk about Poe, like disagree with people like putting Poe down and all that stuff. Look, Poe, I wrote down in my notes like Poe's brave and all that, and he's a hero, but you know, he's young, he's impulsive, he needs to learn what it needs to be a great leader. He's rushing into battle, he's not taking care of his people. And what I think we forget sometimes is that's Imperial First Order thinking. Let's throw all our resources at a problem and you know, it doesn't matter who gives it's a little bit of a resistance. You know, it's the rebellion side of it, but it's still First Order Imperial thinking to go like, no, you know, those people, if they have to give their lives, that's good. But like, that's just like using people as cannon fodder. So he absolutely deserved the demotion and all of that. And so,
I agree.
But no, I just, that was such a cool thing to go like, no, you can't escape from anyone. You can't escape the First Order. They're going to just be able to find us.
Yeah. And I love that after this sequence, of course, you know, we get Kylo Ren piloting a ship, and course he is the grandson of Vader and the son of Han Solo. We better get more piloting.
He's gonna be a great pilot, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we know he's a great pilot because spinning is a good trick, right?
Yes.
It's always a good trick. Always.
Wait, no, I think
Parallel,
a joke.
Maybe. What, Jerry?
Sorry. I said, oh no, I think I took his joke. So no,
it's all good. It's a great trick. It's a great trick. Either way.
A great trick. No,
it's a great trick. Fine, it's a great trick.
But amidst all this madness, you know, he launches the rockets into the hangar bay, which is cool. It like wipes out all of the ships. I love that. But also, you know, we get the part where Kylo senses his mother, and the one person It just shows that I think this is one of those things that gives Ben Dibson way more credence is the fact that like he goes to pull the trigger and he's like, I can't do it. I can't. He physically cannot do it. And in his face and that you feel that force bond. It's amazing. It's very Empire Strikes Back, and he can't do it. And then this is where I'm forgetting the theater. I'm like, oh, thank God they're not going to do it. And all of a sudden, the two TIE fighters come below him. They blow up that. They blow up that what's the word I'm looking for?
The bridge.
Bridge. Yes, just blow it right up and she gets sucked out. I'm like, they're not killing her this way. There's no way. And that first viewing, that was terrifying. I'm not gonna lie.
I know, because it was like, is that really how they're gonna do it? Is that how they're gonna end it? And it's just so abrupt. It's just like, wait. Huh?
She just gets sucked out, and that's it. Yeah.
It's wild, but I want to bring it up because that was one of the first things that was discussed was when we left the theater was the Mary Poppins floating Leia thing. And it was a weird visual. I will admit, the first time I watched it, I'm like, this is kind of strange. But how cool
it was a little jarring, but it was cool.
How cool is it to see Leia use the Force for the very first time? That was phenomenal.
I assume she had it in her because she does, but like it's really cool to finally, for that to pay off, because once again, she's a Skywalker, so she's strong in the Force, so she's got to be able to do something. Yes. And like Ryan has said, like it's kind of a situation where there's no gravity, there's no anything, so like it's not like she's bringing down a Star Destroyer. She's floating through space.
Yeah. Well, and it goes to what the Force actually is. It's not, again, it's like Luke was saying, it's not a power that you have. It's not being able to pull stuff down. It's Leia simply was like, I can't die yet, and willed it to be so. Willed her life back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the Force did, like, that's all it is, guys. I'm sorry. That's what the Force is. Watch Empire Strikes Back.
Well, if you were to think about this movie in regards to certain little twists, this movie's already had like you said, Knives Out was full of interesting little twists. I saw it too. I think all three of us saw it. But in regards to this movie, it's the same setup. It's like these subtle twists. Like, no, she also has the Force. And the coolest visual thing was, I think I picked up on it first viewing, but she goes right through the Raddus. Right through the Supremacy.
Right, the hologram of the Supremacy.
That Holdo will go through later. It's just, that's what I'm like, Rian Johnson. And it's also very George Lucas. It's very like, we'll just show you a quick visual of what they're going to, it's foreshadowing. It's beautiful. And I love that this movie, in its own weird way, is kind of Leia's movie too. It's kind of balanced between Luke and Leia, where we see Leia, like the amazing shot of her on crate with a thing in front of her face. It's like there's a lot of things like that feel a lot like this could be Leia's movie as much as it is Luke's. After this sequence, I love how Finn, Connix, and Poe react. It's amazing. They're all looking out the window. And they yell Leia, and they run around the corner, and she opens the door. I mean, it's amazing. It's such a cool scene. But we cut back to Octo. We get the porg scene where Chewie's about to eat the porg, and I love how it's modern humor. It's funny. It's not, and it's for the kids. You got to keep in mind this is for the kids, especially the sequence where he goes to bite at it, and the little porg's like, like you're eating my friend. Yeah. It's awesome, but also it gives Chewie a distraction, and we get Luke sneaking into the Falcon. And
my God,
it is amazing. One of the TV spots kind of revealed it briefly with him turn on the lights, and I was like, oh, I can't see that. And imagine how that would feel as that character to return back into this place where you had so many adventures in, obviously. And I don't know, kind of blows me away. It's kind of upsetting, it's like this. He flooded back with memories when he first got on it, and how many things have changed since.
It's so poetic that the thing that gets Luke back into the fight is the thing that got him in it in the first place.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely. It makes me cry a little bit just because it's such a. Once Leia, you have that initial like, oh my God, R2-D2 and Luke are back together. This is awesome. And then you immediately have, oh shit, he's playing, R2's playing the thing of Leia. And
It's amazing.
And like even Luke's just like, man, that was a cheap trick.
Right.
Which is, I think it hits all the emotional beats that I want for a reunion between Luke and R2.
Exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, it's an alternate take. It's from a different angle. It's like they found more footage of Carrie doing the thing again. And it's not from the exact angle we were used to seeing it. So it was nice to kind of see a fresh take on it, where it was like more towards just her kind of her face and body, like kind of.
But it's undoubtedly the same it's
perfect.
Oh.
It's
and
perfect.
R2, even the shot of R2 where he turns and looks at Luke is the exact same as in New Hope. I noticed that. Like that is
the framing.
I love when they echo those shots, man.
But you got to think about this. When this came out, of course, I mean, y'all know this, but maybe our listeners don't realize it, but this was like a year after Carrie's passing. So like this in its own weird way was like her memorial movie. It's so weird to think that, but like this next movie, I have no idea. I have literally no clue what they're going to do with that character. But in regards to TLJ, it's like it was such a good memorial, that sequence of her showing her first force powers. Then they literally go to the next shot of her being young again. And it's the message that got Luke to go join the rebellion for the first time. And it's just so freaking, like you said, it's just so beautifully done and it's so convincing. I mean, it's like the same thing. It's a message from the past, but it's done in a much different way and a much more way to pull you in. And the coolest thing was, it dawned on me during this viewing, he is the Obi-Wan. He has become his former master. He has run away. He is trying to forget everything that happened in his past. Of course, Obi-Wan's watching after Luke, but Luke does. People don't seem to realize that whenever this is my soapbox. I'm sorry, I have to get on it now, boys. But my soapbox was originally, why do you think Luke ran away? Because Yoda did the same exact thing when shit hit the fan. And Obi-Wan did the same exact thing when shit hit the fan. They just ran away. They knew nothing else better to do. We can no longer live in normal society. We have to run away. And he learned just from his masters who came before him, who taught him. So his character running away makes the most sense. He made a mistake. He's going to escape from it. It makes the most sense.
It's the Jedi thing to do.
Yeah. Jerry, any takes on that, bud?
Well, I think I had wrote in my notes that it's like it's similar to that, but it's also like different because it echoes it, but it's also it's a different. His motives are almost different because it's not like I need to hide away and like Yoda's in exile, which I mean maybe it's more of a Yoda exile. Obi-Wan was like I've got to stay here and meditate with Qui-Gon and watch over this child for the future. Yeah. But Luke is almost like we've been talking about, like I need to stop the cycle of violence, and the only way to do that is to take myself out of the equation, I think. Yeah. And it's just, I don't know. The whole journey of Luke is, but you're right. I mean, he learned from these guys who were like hiding from the Empire. They were hiding from this, I mean, you can tell later on when he's talking to Rey, talking about the failure of the Jedi, he blames Obi-Wan for the creation and training of Darth Vader.
Exactly.
It's, Luke's definitely got a perspective on this, and it definitely comes from what Obi-Wan and Yoda taught him a little bit, like the way at least his certain point of view of it.
A certain point of view.
Yes. And, to get into the next part of this, in regards to Luke as a character and what Luke has to go through in the end to get him out of the exile is really kind of beautiful. Now, I guess to jump back, does anyone have anything else to say about that part in particular?
Oh,
wait,
please
hear that?
Please leave me in. Or leave that in.
Okay, I didn't know that was.
Leave me too.
I thought I muted it.
Obi! Sounds like Watto greeting Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan.
Oh.
Jay.
Obi! This Obi smells so smelly.
You sounded like Watto greeting Obi-Wan or something like, Obi-Wan! I got a lot of money.
Jerry.
Obi. Yes.
Keep going to the Radis part because actually he stopped, so I'm gonna keep going. But Jerry, do you have anything else you want to say about that scene in particular in regards to Luke coming to terms with what he has to do to save Rey and how per train and she's got this power awakened within her. It's got to be a difficult thing.
It's I don't know. It definitely is the inciting moment where he's like he's not going to train her. He's trying to get her to leave before that point, and then you have that moment. R2's like, "Nah, dude, you got to take care of your business, okay?" And pushes him to at least decide like, well, you know what? I'm at least going to show you why I think I'm right. So it's a change. It's a change from I'm not going to show you anything to okay, I'm going to at least show you why I think the Jedi need to end. So yes. I don't really want to train you, but I'm not trying to get you to leave anymore.
It's very I don't know. It's something that most people seem to overlook because I feel like this is when you can relate to the character. Like at this point in particular, like I'm sure we've all had friends that we've maybe fallen out of touch with, and the second you see a text from them, you're like, you know what? Let's hang out again. You know what I mean? Kind of like with what he goes through in regards to, Rey. Whoa, the dog is literally licking my mouth. In regards to what this is a weird edit. See, he's like steady going.
Obi-Wan, stop kissing Scotty full on the mouth.
Yes, like sticking your tongue to my throat, dog.
Okay.
Let's just jump to the Radis real quick. I'm going to be honest. This might be the most controversial thing I've ever said on the podcast, and I cannot wait to hear both of you get angry with me. But I never, the second Akbar died, I was like, all right, he's dead. Like, I literally never.
It didn't. It really didn't bother me that much. It should, but at the same time, it's like, what did Akbar do besides say it's a trap? And
exactly.
So
exactly.
So yeah, he's a great rebellion general, but at the same time, it's like I didn't really care about Akbar. Ooh, I've never said that before. Ow, that hurts. Oh my god! But it's kind of true.
May I speak for the over 30-year-olds and say that I feel personally attacked?
Did you really?
No.
Oh, okay.
I actually wrote in my notes. It said Akbar gets vaporized. You see, they're right at the window whenever it gets destroyed. I said that I don't agree with people making light of it just to piss off the trolls, but I also feel like that the character was given proper respect.
Yes.
Because the average viewer knows he was in Return of the Jedi, and someday maybe we can talk about the merits of his illustrious canon career that Mr. good old Akbar had. But no, I mean people were like, oh, he's disrespected. No, he was the only other officer and leader mentioned besides Leia.
Yes.
They're like, Akbar, all our leadership. And I'm sorry, they were trying to run away from the First Order, man. We can't stop in every freaking movie and do a funeral. I'm sorry. Please stop. Please stop asking for
cease
funerals.
and desist, please.
Please.
Yes.
I can't take it. Look, go watch episode 1 and watch them burn. Watch episode 1 and watch Return of the Jedi. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you want to see a funeral and maybe Rise of Skywalker, I don't know. But
yeah.
Don't say that.
For the love of everything holy, stop asking for a memorial service for every single character that we love. We love them. That's enough, man.
Yeah.
And there's my another soapbox. So this is going to be our most well-reviewed episode ever, I think.
It's
4 stars,
nice.
Please.
Well, at least he was even acknowledged. You're right, Jerry, because they could have totally been like, Leia's doing fine. Here's your new leader. They could have really just swept over.
That fish guy died. So, we get give Akbar his proper respects. Pay no attention to these young whippersnappers here, guys. I'm so old. I'm 32. Okay. But then they introduce, our Vice Admiral Holdo of the cruiser Ninka, and my goodness, what a. You know what? I love Holdo. I have the Black Series Holdo. I freaked out because I found the Black Series figure of Holdo at Target one night, and I never find like the first run of these things like in the wild. So I was so excited. I was so proud. You know, like I know it's a divisive character, but to me, look. Laura Dern is a treasure, and I think she plays this so well. And it's about time we got someone in Star Wars with a different hair color other than just like the basic shades. I mean, dude, it's in space. Come on.
Yeah.
But no, I thought I absolutely adore Holdo, and I honestly wish we had more of her. But what do you think, Scotty? What do you think about Holdo?
Holdo, when she was introduced, I really was like, this is such a clever character, because what better way for Poe to get a change of character, a change of, I guess, a literal change of his own character than being introduced to someone that's even more headstrong than Leia, and even like won't even hint at what they're doing to him, and it drives him crazy, and I love it. It literally hurts his heart and hurts his soul, but this is what Poe needs to advance. And I love how hopeful Poe was to think they were even going to announce or mention his name as the next leader of the Resistance. I love that, because it shows that like he's so headstrong and head over heels for what he wants to fight for and what he believes in. He's not thinking about it. He's thinking about it selfishly, not selflessly. And that's when, of course, the change happens as a character. And I love that. I think Holdo is just in general just a solid character to progress another character's story. And Holdo's powerful, and what she does later in the movie is so significant and amazing. And I just love that it has its own name now. What do you think, Bill?
I love Amilyn Holdo. I think she is one of the, I read Leia, Princess of Alderaan, before I saw the movie, so I was kind of expecting something completely different. But what I did get with her, I really liked, because she's, Ryan sets it up as like, oh, you're just not really supposed to trust who she is, but like, that's just because like you don't have to be like you have a job to do. You do what the orders are, right? And it's like because of that, you let Finn and Rose on this journey, which honestly, if they didn't go to Canto Bight, like they probably would have been better. In fact, they would have been better off and probably would have gotten away a lot easier, because they would have just snuck through and not have been caught by the First Order.
Yes.
So I love how like she serves as like, your consequences have your actions have consequences. Yeah. And and once again, the Holdo maneuver is one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a movie. It's one of those sequences where it's just like the silence speaks volumes. Like when during the first screening of that was like, you kind of slowly realize like, oh wait, she's going to hyperspace. Oh, she's gonna do it. She's gonna do it. And
it's amazing.
And it's just that quiet. It's just perfect. There are so many perfect sequences in this movie that I don't understand some of the hate sometimes. But that's a different thing. I love Holdo.
I love it too, man. Yeah, I understand, because I always want, like, people are like, oh, it breaks Star Wars. Look, I'm sorry, I love you, but that's like it's one of the most beautiful sequences in Star Wars, if not just like, I don't know, like it's one of the best I think moments like that we've gotten since Attack of the other most loved Star Wars movie, Attack of the Clones, where we have the sonic charge or seismic charge stuff. It reminded me of that, because there's that, like, all the sound is like sucked out of the room, which there's no sound in space anyway. But and then all of a sudden, boom, and it's just done absolutely perfectly. And, she didn't owe Poe a thing.
No, she didn't, and I'm glad she doesn't. And I think that's the best part of this character interaction, because currently after this, you see the leader of the Resistance, and then you go to the next new character, which is Rose, and she's like I'm not to say lowest of the low, but she like works in the pipes, like she doesn't see anyone, like she works by herself. You get such a stark contrast, and each character goes through such a different I guess different sequence of events, especially with Rose being so torn up by her sister's death. And after, of course, this happens, she meets Finn, who is this awesome hero for the Resistance. It's just so funny because he's so selfish. He's just trying to escape, trying to leave and go find Rey. I think it's really good for Finn's character to meet Rose, and Rose is a character. Instead of having to go through each sequence of the movie, we'll just say what we like about Rose here. Bill, do you want to start off what you feel about Rose in regards? I know it's not going to be what a lot of what the internet feels about her.
I think that Rose is a wonderful, earnest, and kind of, when they were first mentioning her, when they were first talking about who this character was in like the press tour, she's a fan of Finn. She is a fan of, the heroes and stuff like that. But I think she represents everyone else, I don't want to say average because that sounds a little bit, it sounds kind of mean, but I mean that just your everyday good person, and she's making a difference.
Yes.
And I think that Kelly Marie Tran does an excellent job of portraying the energy, the goodness, the hope in that character. And, sure, there are some lines where you're like, okay, that's a little bit, iffy, but at the same time, I think she's wonderful, wonderful human, wonderful actress that brought that. What you needed her to bring to the role, that's what she brought. So I love Rose.
Definitely. And
what about you guys?
Yeah, Jerry, what did you think of Rose?
Dude, Rose is the heart of the rebellion. I actually got to buy a Rose Tico action figure. They were at the Disney store on October 4th, and they dropped the Rise of Skywalker merchandise. I finally was able to get a hold of they had them on super sale. So I was like, I'm going to save you, Rose. And I'm going to take you home with me, which sounds really weird now. No, I absolutely unabashedly love the character of Rose. She's the heart of the Resistance. What more can you say about her? She's why. It was just so cool, and that was what Rian Johnson said. Let's look at one of these people who's just kind of doing something. They're not a pilot, or they're not a soldier. They're they're a mechanic. They're back there making sure things run. They're the everyman, like you were saying, Bill. But it turns it into look, anyone can do this. Anyone can be a hero. Anyone can stand up against darkness. Yeah, and that's the lesson with Rose.
Yeah, and especially with her character, she's a lot like us. She's just a big fan,
Yeah, I know. She the way she freaks out when Force says "May the Force be with you" was I'm like, oh, that's all of us. If
so mean.
Yeah.
If Mark Hamill told me "May the Force be with you," I would melt into a puddle of goo.
Yes.
If John Boyega did, my goodness.
Yes, but after this sequence, they got the plan they devised to go to Canobite. You see Maz, and I love her. I just love the interaction too, because what better character to shove in there? Because Rian Johnson even admits, yeah, I could have put Lando there, or I could have made Lando the Codebreaker, but that would have been a horrible introduction for that character, Well,
and it would have been then we would have been complaining because Lando didn't change, or Lando a jerk again.
Yes, exactly. But hopefully we'll get some payoff for that in Rise of Skywalker. Not to speed through things here, gentlemen, but I want to bring up the Force Skype idea. And we could talk about almost every Force Skype. And one of the coolest lines was Kylo's first line when it happens, and it's such a great allusion to the end. You're not doing this. The effort would kill you. God, it's awful.
That's something I picked up the second time.
Yeah.
Where I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up the first time either. Yeah.
Well, it shows how well versed he is in the Force, and he already studied under Luke. Maybe Luke and him discuss this at some point, and maybe the Rise of Skywalker will dive into it. I know we're going to get some wild stuff from the Force with the Rise of Skywalker. They already said that.
Well, it's just Rian Johnson is the master of setup and payoff.
Yes.
I feel upon this recording, guys, Saturday night or Friday night, I went and watched Knives Out, and that movie is all set up, and then payoff.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right.
It's all beautifully woven together. So,
my house, my coffee, my rules.
I think it's such an interesting concept too, man. Because like, what a cool way to put these two characters together.
Yes.
Without like having them specifically like Rey being captured or Kylo getting captured. I think because I really want to see how it pays off in 9.
Yes.
Because I think they were obviously setting that up. They have a close connection for a reason. The Force is putting them to sure, Snoke was setting this up, but at the same time, like, this is the kind of the will of the Force, and they have a connection. So
Snoke is the dude on the group. Yeah. No, dude, Snoke is the dude on the group project who like steals. He's like he doesn't do a thing, and then he goes, "Yeah, that was all me. That was all me."
Yeah, that was all me. Yeah. Listen, I don't want to take all the credit, but I will.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. I think
the idea of the Force Skype's incredible, though. You know, and one thing I really want to bring up too, because I kind of want to get all this done in one little blurb, but you know, later, the other Force Skype is whenever she's by the rain and, you know, she's standing out there and she's calling him a monster and he's a snake and all these things. And
yes, I am.
I love how the Force kind of comes and goes. It kind of flows in and then flows out. And when no one's expecting it. And Kylo, the way he's standing, another visual parallel, he's standing with his arms behind his back, just like Vader does and Anakin does and Attack of the Clones, and like Vader does on the bow of the ship. Of the Star Destroyer. But one thing I will say, what do you think the hand being wet means? Like, it's so... I think we're going to get more of that in the Rise of Skywalker. I really do. Because I've heard a lot of rumors of these Force battles that are, you know, at two different points in the galaxy. I don't know. Like, right. I've heard this way before any other leaks were coming out, that there will be some crazy Force battles. But, like, what does that mean about his hand also being wet? I think it's such a cool visual moment. I don't know. What do you think, Bill?
I think it's... I don't know. It just it keeps making the Force this mysterious and wonderful power.
Yes.
Or, you know,
right.
it deepens the lore. It deepens the significance of the Force. I think it's a really cool visual, and I just think that, you know, it if nothing else, it's just a cool thing to see. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think, Jerry?
I'm kind of with Bill on it, but just like, to me, it just shows you every time they do this, they're showing you how powerful that this isn't just like, oh, I sense you. It's like, it's something new. It's something special. And so, it's built to make you go, holy crap.
Yeah.
The Force is insane, you know?
Yeah. And in regards to the Force not only being a character within itself, but I wonder if apparently it's Snoke bridging their minds, but not after Snoke dies. So could it be our old buddy Palpatine?
Oh, man.
You know, like
Uncle
Palpatine Alfredo.
Yeah, exactly.
his God-given name.
Yes. Lest we forget.
Chief Palpatine Alfredo. Could you imagine? And that's why he's so mad.
That's why Maz Amida behind closed doors used to say, "Hey, Fredo."
Hey, Fredo. I don't know, that his hand being wet is a very cool thing, because of course they're in the same exact room together later with their hands touching, which is a huge sequence. And we can even get into that. I love how this movie kind of does the whole from a certain point of view, and now we get what that means. Like Luke's first telling of the story, very like, you know, he turned on me and I went to go talk to him. He turned on me and then he destroyed and took everything away that I love. Then Ben Solo, he's standing above me and he's like so angry, trying to kill me. And the truth was Luke made a mistake. And it's such a cool way to see that, you know, in regards to stories are just stories, and it depends on how you tell them. And especially for a moment that's between two characters that we thought we could trust, or at least one of them we could trust. But the reality is that Luke is so conflicted that he makes his own mistake. And I don't know. It's told in the Force Facts, and then it's told when they touch hands, and it's told after Rey realizes what has happened. I don't know. I think all these moments in Octo are so huge. And any other things on these Force Skypes
that y'all want to bring up before we move on to Canto Bite, and then of course the reappearance of our little green friend?
I don't know, man. I'm kind of feeling lucky. I feel like I want to try some floating slots.
Yeah.
Try my luck.
What about you, Bill? Do you want to say anything about the Force Skypes before we move on?
No, I think I got everything that I needed to say about it out. But once again, I think it's a cool thing to introduce, and I think that maybe we see it again in 9. Who knows?
Yeah, definitely. We get to the Canto Bite, and honestly, I love it. It's a great sequence. It feels like the prequels, and I don't know if that was Rian Johnson's goal, but the music, the feel, the color, and I love that the idea of slavery and oppression is everywhere. Like, regardless of how beautiful you think everything is, because if you got to think about it, who is one of the most oppressed and enslaved people we meet in Star Wars? It's Anakin as a little boy, a little 9-year-old boy. And you see Anakin and these 3 little kids that of course end up being in the sequence as well. And the idea of war making a lot of money, and war is a money making machine, is just genius because it shows the terrors of war. And Canto Bite is painted this beautiful, pretty place. And I'm sure we've all been to casinos and been in places that we think look so nice. But if you really look, and you see that same old lady there just like steady putting her quarters in the machine, you're like, damn, that's not the way. You know, that's this
is the way.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. But I mean, Canto Bite, I guess, in your own words, what do you think of it, Jerry? Like, how did it make you feel in regards to the overall story too?
I actually enjoyed Canto Bite. The sequence. I mean, most people will say it's not their favorite.
Yeah.
You know, it's quite frankly, even a lot of people who actually enjoy the movie will say like, I don't really care for it. But I love, like you said, Scotty, it is kind of like a picture into like that prequel era. It's the shiny, like kind of a little goofy, like this is like, again, it's like opulence. You're seeing the rich side of the galaxy.
Exactly.
And stuff like that. And I will say about Canto, but I'm only going to look. This may be the last time. I'm not going to get negative, but this is the last time I'm going to say something, kids. Okay. All right. I'm only going to say it once. A big complaint. Canto Bite is pointless. That is the point.
Yeah.
That is the frickin' point.
Yeah.
That it is pointless. Good. You learned the lesson. It's frustrating, isn't it? Okay, move on. Thank you. Bill, what do you think, buddy?
Bill.
Go ahead. No, Scotty, what do you think?
What do you got, buddy? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You bring up a good point because it is pointless. It's because they shouldn't have done that. They should have listened to Holdo. They should have saved their resources. They shouldn't have went out of their way and tried to do something that they knew was going to be a mistake anyway. It's just
they freaking meet DJ. Who's the worst? That's just the worst.
And it's
the worst.
Their trip to Canto Bite ends up making the reality far more worse than it was because if they would have just listened to Holdo and they would have just waited for her to tell what the plan was, then they would have saw the resistance ships were going to leave, and that DJ wouldn't have ruined it and exploited the resistance and then destroyed the resistance more than they already were destroyed. You're right, Jerry. It is supposed to. You're supposed to watch it and go, oh my God, like. These characters think they know what they're doing, but they don't. And the only good thing that happens at a Canto Bite, and not I don't mean it like I don't like the sequence. I mean in regards to the overall story, was the fathers get out. Like that's like the and it shows that Finn has now overcome what he believes to be his greatest weakness. You know, he wants to just see Rey, but he overcomes that. He kind of sacrifices himself for the resistance there. It's I don't know. It feels very Spielberg. This whole thing feels very like, you know, here's a secret lesson, you know, that people often overlook. Sorry, Bill.
It's all good. It's their selfishness wanting to be a hero, and that leads them to their biggest failure, to leading them to almost get rid of the resistance and endangering the lives of the rest of the resistance.
Yes.
It's that. And I think it's fun to see. It's nice visually to see, you know, the casino, all that. We've seen different scum and villainy before. This is just a different take on that. And I really appreciated having a very kind of, Monte Carlo-esque feel. The Code Breaker I really enjoyed. Having like the Code Breaker in it is really cool. But like you guys said, like it's kind of the point is that it's pointless, but at the same time, it's like it's still like it's pointless for the audience. So like
Right.
but I understand the significance of it, and so like overall, it's like it's kind of the part of the movie where I'm just kind of like, okay, well, I can go take a bathroom break, or I can get something to eat, do something. So it serves a purpose, but it's not an overwhelming one, you know?
Right.
No,
and 100% like, look, guys, we here at the Bombad Cast are friends of everyone, and you don't have to like the stuff. Let's just, let's be nice and stuff. But no, I completely understand, Bill. So,
well, after this sequence, of course, we end up getting Rey in our lightsaber training. And one thing I want to mention, there's not really much to talk about in the sequence, but the movements that Rey makes completely parallels the same exact movements that Kylo Ren makes later when he's fighting Luke. I love amazing. Visual, I just think the Force is allowing her to move, or maybe the Force is manifesting in a weird way to guide her movements, because then later it does the same exact thing, and Luke's watching it. Maybe Luke can predict his movements because of what he just saw Rey do. I don't know. I think it's so Ryan. That is a genius. Like that wasn't noticed until like a year after the movie came out.
Yeah,
like I remember seeing a thread about it.
Crazy.
Oh, this is one of those movies that does that though. A lot of this stuff recently. Well, to kind of get back into this was the failure of the Jedi, and Luke's failure in particular too. Luke's failures reflects a lot of what the Jedi fail. He makes a big mistake, and he mentions that Darth Sidious rose to power, and he all of that in regards to what he's talking about. And you can see how emotionally conflicted Luke is, and how Luke was a legend. He saw himself as a legend, and that was his big mistake. Right, just like the Jedi saw themselves as warriors, and that was their big failure. And in regards to, Luke as a character and what he goes through, I'm pretty sure it was must have been a month ago that they had that Rian Johnson even acknowledged it, that shot for shot, that part where Luke's looking down at his lightsaber is the same exact shot as him looking down at his hand at Return of the Jedi, right? Didn't they mention that? How it's like framed the same exact way, and he has the same exact look. It's perfectly done, Yeah. I'm just blown away by it, and you know what? I really don't mind. We already talked about the Holdo maneuver. I want to get into one more thing too, because Rey's convinced that, Rey is convinced that Ben's going to be their last hope. This is the last thing they need. But Rey doesn't realize that she is their last hope. Rey is the Resistance's last bit of hope. Any perspective on that in regards to, him as a character and what he might end up going through in the Rise of Skywalker? Because he may change. I don't know. Or do you think he's set? Ben. Do you think Ben's set in his ways as a character?
I think Ben is set up for not even redemption now, because I know Adam Driver said he doesn't need to be redeemed, but I feel like he's going to become a hero. This is just his hero's journey. It's a different take on the hero's journey, but it's his journey to become what the galaxy needs him to be.
Yes.
Which, if that's what the Rise of Skywalker is, awesome. I want to see that. Then you're not redeeming Vader. It's completely different, and it's his actions. Although there should be consequences for it.
Yes.
It makes sense why he's felt this pain is because for the past 25 years or how I think he's like his 30s or something like that.
Yeah,
he's been tormented by Palpatine, so it makes sense.
It does make sense, and especially in regards to the moment that happens after this, where Luke kind of realizes that he needs to destroy the Jedi himself, and he goes to do it, and he runs into an old friend.
All right, guys, what was that moment like for you? Like initially in the theater, whenever we first, the setup was incredible. Luke's walking up the thing, he's nice and angry, and like the music kind of has a little bit of a cue, and then you see the ears go across the screen. Initially, I can tell you my instant feelings were pure joy, and I didn't even know if it was puppet or CG at that point, but it was pure freaking joy. Yeah.
Dude, my gosh, like that, what a cool pan shot though. Like what a way to
Genius.
reveal it. That was just so cool. But like, I think like, dude, I say it on here all the time. Like the way I react is usually like a crazy, like audible, like joy noise of some kind. It's like some weird, like, whoa, like, you know, like Yoda or something. I did something like weird and audible like that you should never hear a grown man say, but I did it anyway. But you know, that's okay because legally my wife has to stay with me right now. So, no, it was great. Look, I couldn't believe they kept that so close. I mean, there were like rumors.
Yes.
I think we had heard that like
Exactly.
Frank
That's what
Oz
I was
at
just
the
about to
premiere.
say.
Yes.
That. Yeah.
So a lot of us were like, well, I mean, these Star Wars people just kind of stick together, but also, I don't know, which, you know, there's some
Right
certain
now
people
that
at
you're like,
premiere,
wait a minute.
you know, right. Last night, I wonder if John and Lacey of the Resistance broadcast are actually in Rise of Skywalker. They said it's going to be satisfying and everything, so maybe John makes a cameo as like JJ himself or something. So, but no, Bill, but what, dude, how did that moment hit you,
you know,
like in the
because
theater?
we talked a little bit about like just what Yoda's words in that moment meant to me personally, but I think there was an audible like, oh, like the noise you were talking about. You said I heard radiate throughout the entire audience, and I.
Like a
And
gasp,
like, I think
at
the
least,
most
right?
surprising aspect of it was that like it wasn't CGI Yoda, like it was full on puppet Yoda, which I think, you know, I think CGI Yoda works really well in the prequels. It does exactly what it needs to, but there's something about having puppet Yoda, having that original, they used an original mold from Empire, having that and having Luke Skywalker interact with him again, and it's been 30 how many years since he did his training with Yoda on Dagobah, and yet here he is back from the dead teaching Luke a lesson. I just think, and not just like,
oh my gosh,
a small lesson, like it's something profound and big that ultimately leads him to get back into the battle. I think somebody, I don't know who said it on Twitter, but I saw somebody say it was their favorite scene in Star Wars ever, because we talked about it a little. We've talked a little bit about it, that I think Ryan really understands the concept of Jedi and the Force and balance and everything. And I think this kind of once again shows that really, really well, because it's not. There's a lot about in Star Wars. There's a lot about legacy, and it's learning from that legacy, learning from your failures, learning, the great parts of your personality. Pass on all that you know, your strengths, but also your folly. I think that's an important lesson for everybody who watches the film, and I think that's why it's resonated so much with me, is because of that message that Yoda says to Luke, and and it just it's probably not my favorite part of this movie, but like it's an insanely deep, wonderful moment that takes the movie to a completely different level, in my opinion.
Dude, well, while you were saying what you just ended with, it dawned on me, it wasn't like, here's a little fan service. You know, it was like, this is an actual. This needs to happen.
You could have easily done like, okay, here's Yoda, and then like it could have just been a simple little nod, but like it makes sense and it's a profound message.
And what better way to parallel the fifth? Parallel Empire Strikes Back too, in regards to what it tried to tell him. And there's one line and it didn't dawn on me until this Bombad rewatch and this buildup we've been just slowly but coming into it. The part where Yoda says, always looking to the horizon, never here. In what's the exact line? Never here.
The need in front of your nose.
And he hits him, and it's literally verbatim what he says to him in Empire Strikes Back, and it's still the same look. He kind of looks down, then looks back up, and it dawns on him, and it's just such a amazing moment, because I guess as an audience member, for the first time, it was just euphoric. Like, I was shocked. I was like, my heart was racing. It's like, this is where we're getting new Yoda dialogue. Number one, that's always a big deal. Like, even in Rebels, like his dialogue in Rebels was amazing. But like, Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was the first audio, from Yoda since like the prequels, which that blew my mind. Anyway, sorry, that's another conversation.
But that being said, having an opportunity to hear Frank Oz reprise the role of Yoda and do it so tastefully, and do it to fit the scene, and do it to move the character, because this is where, like you said, the character does do the 180. You know, the character knows what his role is going to be now, and especially for Luke, you know, Ben could have came back to him, which would have been great. But it's Yoda. It's the one that was just so mystifying to begin with, and not even just the message is important. It's just the whole symbolism of it. And Bill, I don't know if you had listened to our most other episodes dealing with fire. I brought up, and I think I'm going to do a whole episode on it now, just for our listeners, just so you're understanding. Hopefully, the Rise of Skywalker has some more fire allusions, but every.
Hey, there's the TIE fighter.
So
in that
there
trailer,
might be. But in regards to fire, especially in these saga films, every time fire has been in front of Luke or near Luke, it's always been a moment of epiphany, or either a moment of, like, a moment where his life changes significantly. The very first time, Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen's death, fire. Smoking, they're on fire, just leaves it, okay? The next one, there's nothing in Empire. In Return of the Jedi, it is then when he is looking at his father's funeral pyre. Okay? The next form of fire is whenever he's sitting there watching his Jedi temple burn down to the ground. Okay? And then the next symbol of fire, just for Luke, is whenever this sequence happens, the tree catching on fire. You know, time for the Jedi to end. And, you know, perfect line. It's time it is for you to look past a pile of old books. You know, the book. What is he? I love that. The coolest part too is so small, but the fact that Yoda says Rey's name is just also really. It's also even, kind of cool.
Like in talking about the books, like. He already knew that she had the book, so like she has everything she needs, which once again, such a cool little thing where you're like, but when you go back later and you see that she has it, and that interaction, that moment between them, like shows just like, okay, he already knows what's going on, and that's Rey has what she needs. But I think you guys bring up a really, really cool point. I think fire just in general is in Star Wars is usually kind of a moment of epiphany, of reflection. You know, in The Phantom Menace, they're doing the exact same thing with Qui-Gon. In Revenge of the Sith, it's, you know, it's awful to say this, it's Anakin burning.
like catching on fire.
He's surrounded by a volcano. He's surrounded by fire all around him. So he's and that's where he becomes Darth Vader, and then eventually, you know, he, like you said, I think that's a really, really interesting kind of, you know, you found that's a really, really cool kind of symbolism throughout the entire franchise, and
it's weird.
And what's interesting, that idea of fire, we know we're getting a pretty significant battle on a water planet in the Rise of Skywalker, so. Maybe that's like
right.
They're looking point. Through it, and then the water is kind of, you know, we've got these moments of burning, these moments of you know, of epiphany, but now this is the moment of, I guess, I don't know, rebirth or what, you know, the different symbolism of water.
All metaphors. Right, all metaphors for like cleansing and stuff, though, right? Like water and fire, they're both cleansing
and it's
things.
Honoring.
And so that's just such a cool thing.
Like the funeral pyre in particular, and like Bill, you mentioned earlier in the episode here that you know, we might even see another funeral pyre. You know, not because you said not everyone needs a ceremony after they die, but I mean, we might get a ceremony for maybe a character we might not expect to pass. I don't know. What we're gonna see on Thursday is going to rock our socks, but. With that being said, you know, Luke is now sitting there watching this tree burn down, and one of the greatest lines ever said in Star Wars, the whole pass on what you have learned and the greatest teacher failure is just like you were saying earlier, Bill, it's just, that's true.
It is.
That's 100% true.
And
what's up?
It's a thing where like you don't necessarily you don't think about that when like you're going through the failure, you don't see that, but then like when you have that epiphany, when Yoda said that, it just, I think it just brought new significance. And I think everybody needs that reminder that, hey, you're going to go through difficult times, and yes, you're going to fail, but the best teacher, you're going to learn from it. So once again, just a completely profound message that I love.
Well, and again, it's the look to this scene for the message of the movie, everybody. I think I've said it already, but it's not we're not letting the past die. That's not what we're getting towards. That's not what Ryan was trying to point us at in this movie. This is the turning point. This is what we've wanted to happen the whole time. We've been sitting there looking at Luke like, what are you doing? Like, where's your guidance, man? And then finally, here's Yoda. Empire Strikes Back Yoda. Like, it's just everything about this scene is perfect, and it is one of my favorite. This and one other scene towards the end of the film are my favorites in this. I think in this movie alone.
In regards to the sequel trilogy,
just in all
in
Star
regards to the sequel trilogy, this is probably one of the greatest tributes to the original trilogy. And I don't know if the Rise of Skywalker will even be able to touch this. Unfortunately, I mean, honestly, just it's just so perfect for the pace of the movie and everything to follow it. It just, and what Luke does with it too.
What could even touch, the Yoda moments in Empire Strikes Back? Remember in the original trilogy, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, we've got Yoda moments, but it's the stuff in Empire is way more meaningful. Because I think just the turmoil that you're in that second chapter, we always talk darker middle chapter, but it's true, it's the things you hear in those moments where you're like at your lowest that really do, like you've been saying, Bill, like it propels you forward, or either it propels you forward or it makes you want to destroy everything and just forget about it.
Well, to kind of close up this section, I want to ask y'all, we are what they grow beyond. That is the true burden of all masters. Now, it's beautiful that he uses the word burden, because I mean, I've only been teaching for 3 years now, and like I haven't had the opportunity to have a student, become a murderer, or like some crazy. I mean,
fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Well, you teach enough kids.
You mean like Luke Skywalker?
No, but like you teach enough kids, you never know. I mean, like one of them will, at least one out of the 150 I teach a year, one of them's going to end up doing something really stupid. But like with that being said, we are what they grow to beyond. It is a burden. I mean, look at what Ben Solo did.
Right.
He trained them, and that is the burden of Luke. He stuck with that. But then now look at Rey. Rey is this different, completely. You can almost go to say, and this might sound very controversial, Luke was way more of a guidance through this movie, not as much as a master to Rey. Like Rey had what she possessed, right? I mean, of course he did train her to understand the Force, but he didn't we didn't have an Obi-Wan Anakin 15 years of friendship kind of thing going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were still trying to figure each other out even until after she left angrily. And I don't know, I wanted to ask you, what does that line mean to you, Bill? Not Bill, I'm sorry, Jerry. Jerry, what does that line mean to you in particular?
Okay,
Yeah,
I already am, so thank you.
Take a seat.
Yeah, I saw you. I see he's chomping at the bit. No, gosh, the burden of all masters. We are what they grow beyond. It really, again, I said, like my daughter was born the year Last Jedi came out, and not saying I'm her master, but you know what I mean? It's like someone who teaches, you've got someone that you're like bringing up in the world, and to think like, I want her to surpass me, and just, I think about that because that's really like special and important to me. But I also think about, it also applies to, think about, again, I mentioned Ken Napzok talks about how this is like the first Star Wars movie about growing old.
That's awesome.
And that's something, not to get like real existential on you guys here. But
wait, are you saying we're all aging and we're going to die eventually? Is that...
I feel like I'm aging on the Skype camera as we speak, man. Like I was soloing the 2-year-old stuff tonight, trying to fix mic issues and stuff, and so
you look great, man.
That in and of itself, I feel like thank you. So you know what? I got that Zach Galifianakis glow going. So, Hey, there were Skittles in there. Okay. So, no, but that's something that everyone ultimately faces is growing old, and you want to hope that the next generation after you does better than we did. Which is kind of that's something a lot of people are dealing with right now. I mean, every generation deals with it, and sometimes it feels like as the generations get older, we look back at the younger generation and go, those guys are in charge.
Yeah.
Great. There it goes. But I don't know. I want to be less cynical than that. I want to think that we should adopt this idea Yoda has, man. We are what they grow beyond. Let's let the next generation grow beyond us. Let's become, and not down that. Let's give the respect to the people who came before. But hey, man, look to that younger generation and find hope, because I know it seems like we're kind of crazy sometimes.
Really, us? No,
but never. Yeah, well, somebody, we're like, the Gen Xers and stuff. No. You just need to trust the Force sometimes. I guess I don't know. That was a Michael Scott moment. Sometimes I start a sentence and hope I find where I'm going.
Dude, I'm right. That quote kind of reminds me, and I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to connect it to my favorite musical, Hamilton. Legacy. What is a legacy? It's planting seeds in a garden you never get to see. So it's kind of that exact same, idea. It's that we are our students, Yoda's students, Luke's student, Ben, Rey. We are what they grow beyond. And that's the true burden of all masters. I think that once again, I understand why this is somebody's favorite scene in Star Wars, because it has so many wonderful teaching moments for a character that we've known for 40 years.
Isn't that awesome? That's so profound.
We're continuing to learn. He's continuing to learn lessons, even though he's this Jedi Master, which is kind of a lesson in itself, because it doesn't matter how old we are. It doesn't matter if we're a teacher, if we're whatever we are. We're always learning something, and they can, and whether it be our kids or our students, whatever it may be, that's the hardest part about it, is that we are what they grow beyond. So it's just, once again, Ryan gets it.
He does.
Really, just 100% gets it.
One thing people tend to forget is that's where JJ left it off, and Ryan had to pick it up, and he did it in such a way to make you realize, that Luke, even a Jedi Master like Luke, needs growth. And obviously Yoda had a lot of growth between Revenge of the Sith and this movie. Obviously had a bunch of growth. He learned way more about the Force, and he especially learned about himself and why wars not make one great. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I think this scene is honestly, whenever I watch this movie, of course I look forward to a lot of the sequences, but I generally look most forward to this part.
Yep.
It's the perfect halfway point of a movie. Really is.
It's probably the most Star Wars scene in a very Star Wars movie. That's...
Yeah. Wow.
I wrote in my notes, pure Star Wars. The quote that we are what they grow beyond. That is 100% Star Wars. And to me, until we see Rise of Skywalker and see if I think we're going to get more Yoda a little bit. Maybe just even like him standing there. But to see, this is to me the end of Yoda's arc. We've seen him, older. He's always been old and wise. But to go to show that even no matter how old and wise you are, you can still learn. From the prequels to wars not make one great to what, we are what they grow beyond. We got to trust the next generation. It's just such a
if you remember what arc. George said at Celebration at the 40th anniversary panel, who did he make Star Wars for? For 12-year-old kids, and exactly.
This is 21-year-olds.
If you hear if a 12-year-old sees that and hears that, I think that if that's who your audience is, what a great message for them. What a wonderful lesson, not just for
absolutely
us who are podcasting, constantly keeping up with it, but for the next generation. What a wonderful thing! Like, honestly, what a wonderful message to send. I mean, it's
very pure.
It is very pure. Like we've been saying. Yeah.
It's one of those things
Well,
that
again, not to pine on. No, sorry,
you
Scotty,
say,
go ahead, buddy. Go
what's
ahead.
going on.
Well, all I was going to say was that not to pine on, like, look, if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work. It's fine, it's a lot of people don't like to really think about existential things, and we don't like to think about growing old and stuff. It's not a comfortable thought, and just it's not fun sometimes, and you might think this doesn't belong in a Star Wars movie, but for one, I'm so glad that it is in a Star Wars movie, because it's a little easier of a package, a little easier pill to swallow, because Yoda's telling me. So
I think we've all had our fair share of passionate discussion on this film, on this sequence in particular. I know we could do a whole episode on it, and it's just, I don't know, it means a lot. It means a lot to me that they even put it in there, because I think everyone has been hoping since The Force Awakens ended that we get some sort of Force Ghost return. And if and I know it's not, because Luke is obviously in The Rise of Skywalker, but if this is the only legacy, true legacy, like, prequels, originals, and sequels we get of a Force character, so be it. Yeah. I'm so happy with it.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get more people, more Force Ghosts in 9.
Yes. No, I think we will. I do think we will. But
Force
if
Ghost
we were
party.
to just get this...
Mm-hmm.
It's
exactly.
so well done.
As the cat said.
I wouldn't just
Jack making his
there you go.
weekly cameo for sure.
But let's move on from this sequence real quick.
He's got a lot of thoughts about Force Ghosts. I don't know. I tell him to shut up, man. It's 3 a.m. So.
We're gonna move on from this segment real quick. We're gonna go to the scene where Leia and Haldo have this interaction before they depart and go to Crate. I love this sequence. I love how it's two older women, and I think it's something that Star Wars has never been able to represent well. That never. I don't think it's the first time actually ever it is two older women. And I mean, you got to think these fans that grew up, these ladies that were kids in the 70s and the 80s, like my mom, like I'm sure that representation of seeing two women in their what I guess late 50s, early 60s on screen was probably a pretty cool thing. Like they were so cordial and polite with each other. It's a representation that most people often overlook. That Hollywood, after the age of 50 in Hollywood, you're done. Like, and Carrie Fisher even said that in an interview. Like that, like I would never get another role after that. Mm-hmm. But the fact that
she was just a script doctor for a long time,
and then for her to get this opportunity back, and she's like, I had to lose all this weight to become this character again, but it was worth it because I can, you don't women that age don't get that job anymore. I'm pretty sure Mark Hamill even said that in an interview recently about Carrie, and to have this representation there, I think it's something that's often overlooked, and it's very powerful because they're both old generals and they're both very respectful to each other, and you don't see it. You get the young whippersnappers, and
you feel the connection with those characters. Obviously it was different in Leia. But I think here you still get that there's a lot of respect, a lot of friendship, a lot of love there, like when Leia realizes what she's about to do, too many losses. Like I can't deal with another one, and once now that Carrie is passed, like that line, "You taught me how," like that. Yeah. That's once again, it's learning, it's teaching, it's all that kind that lesson there. It's a wonderful, wonderful sentiment. And once again, I think it's kind of a shame that we're not going to get Laura Dern in another Star Wars movie. Maybe she gets in a Disney Plus series or something like that. But yeah, Holdo, a Star Wars story. Exactly.
Dude, so many people would lose their mind.
But like,
I would see it.
But once
Disney
again,
Plus,
what a wonderful, like, it serves as kind of a tribute to Leia as well, because it's like, like you taught me how. Right. It's just I just love it. There's so much I love about this movie. Jesus,
yeah.
Absolutely. No, dude, no, you're right, because that's what that line hit me particularly hard, probably because we're so close to seeing Rise of Skywalker, watching Last Jedi, and seeing Carrie Fisher, who I miss every day. Like, I'm just like, I wish that she was still here, dude. Like, the Twitter sphere would be such a better place, I feel like, if she was here. That might be, like, wishful thinking, or wishful drinking. I didn't even mean to do that. So,
great book.
But just, hey, Carrie's with us, man. She's here. But you know, that line of just when you think about Carrie Fisher's life and you think about the parallel of Leia and all of the things she's been through, and that line of too many losses, I can't take another, just hit me particularly like a ton of
bricks. Bantha Poodoo, yeah.
Bantha Poodoo, man. Like, yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, seriously, it's a heavy thing, but it's so beautiful, Bill. You're absolutely right, man. This movie's just chock full of this is Star Wars counseling,
exactly.
Basically.
Exactly.
That's what this movie is. So, you know, maybe a lot of us don't need to go through that right now, but you'll need it someday. So there you go. It's always here, boys.
One thing I will say is whenever I watch these movies, I tend to break it down in regards to scenes, not sequences. And like, this is a great scene. Now, the sequence that follows is them going to Crate. It's a great sequence. It's pretty intense, but there's no scenes in there, truly, besides Poe and Leia talking. Everything else is like filler, you know. And even with sorry, Bill.
But even that scene, like, it serves as kind of a lesson because it shows the consequences of their failures throughout the movie. So if they had just done what they were supposed to, it's once again, it's the failing and the consequences coming back. And so like, there is that sense of like filler, I guess, but at the same time, like it proves something, you know?
Yeah. But
well, it's sorry, Scotty. I was just gonna say it's the back with Yoda with the older generation trusting the younger generation. The younger generation, it's a reciprocation. You know, we gotta listen to the advice of people older than us, and we've also got we gotta trust the people that are younger than us to take things on.
It's huge.
So, anyway,
well, that's one to get to is after this sequence, of course, you know, may the force be with, and then they cut each other off. It's so sweet. It's just, you know, I've said it enough, you know.
The way that she says, may the force be with
always,
you, always. There's the pause and the emphasis on always.
Awesome.
Every single time, man. Amel and Holdo, please come back to Star Wars.
Well, of course, we get to this great sequence after this is when DJ, Rose, Finn, and BB-8. What a weird grouping. No one's ever, I don't think I've ever heard of anyone bringing up, but like a droid... Obviously, some, you know, what even a poet, or I don't even know what you would call him, some sort of drifter. Rose, a mechanic, and Finn, a custodian. It's like, this is like a crazy combo, you know? And it's a
stormtrooper, a mechanic, and a who now?
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, people don't realize this. Canto Pie's pointless. No, it's not. DJ's the devil on the shoulder. You know, don't join. You leave. You know, get out of here. You know, let me learn you something big, Finn. Big F. But Rose is the angel. Rose is like, no, we need to fight what we stand for, what we love. We need to represent who we are and what we want to do. It's just that devil and angel on the shoulders of this one character ultimately turns him into a character that he never knew he could be, because he was always running and he was always leaving. And I just... You know, I love that. It's very overlooked, especially for that character. And I can't wait for the Rise of Skywalker, because I feel like he's going to come in and he's head over heels in love with the rebellion. He's going to fight, you know, resistance. He's going to fight, you know, till his final death, I'd imagine. But anyway, that being said, their infiltration's really awesome. What are y'all takes on it in particular?
My overall takes are that I wish they had kept that Tom Hardy scene in.
Because like intense.
Even that
nice.
Nice little, you know, I get why they took it out, but at the same time, it's such it is kind of jarring when I kind of want a little bit of silly in Star Wars sometimes, you know, like it's nice to have that, especially when it turns out it's like, hey, I'm just gonna give you a slap on your ass and have a good day and let you go on your way, which Tom Hardy did the exact same thing when he met me. He recognized me from basic training and then just slapped me on my ass and sent me on my way. So it was
as is customary for Tom Hardy.
Customary. He actually, I remember you.
Yeah.
He's wearing the Bane mask. That's
He was.
it
was
kinda
really weird.
That is weird. But no, Jerry, this whole infiltration scene felt very Rebels. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally. Yes. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
No.
The asset.
It totally did. Like, I mean, and I've some people can complain, like, oh, the rebels are always. I love that the rebels are always like, all we got to do is put on stormtrooper armor and dress up like Imperials, and we're good. They don't think anything of it because it's, I don't know, it's just, it shows the hubris, which is a fun Star Wars word now, of the First Order and and evil, man. It shows, like, I mean, even dude, Uncle Palps himself is the biggest hubris of them all.
Yeah, he's got the biggest hubris.
So no.
Yeah,
his is the biggest of all.
Kept
the
him alive.
The hubris, if you will.
Hubris. The hubris.
Brees?
I don't know.
Well,
hubris. That's like a freshener, I think. Yeah. So.
Well, it
was a dad joke. Yeah.
Well, it's nice to know that Finn. The only reason he knows his way around this facility is because he used to mop the floors. It's amazing. It's like a thing that it's a great, almost kind of an awesome new joke, because everyone, even Kevin Smith in particular, he would always joke about, there was people on the Death Star that, they had normal jobs. They were construction workers, and there were people that, were probably pharmacists or whatever, and they got blown up on the Death Star. And, you got to think that it's so cool they actually played into it the fact that Finn is a custodian. It's not the most regal job, but it's definitely something that needs to happen on a facility that's that big on Starkiller or the Supremacy. And it's just... One thing I wanted to bring up, too, I'm sorry I failed to mention this, but I love how in these moments, every character kind of reconvenes on the Supremacy besides Poe. Like, Rey shows up on the Supremacy, then they're all on the Supremacy at the same exact time. And they're in the same area as Poe now. The reconvening is so natural. It's so nice, and it makes for really good cuts in the movie itself. But yeah, the coolest part here is they trusted someone they shouldn't have trusted. Don't join. And, he turned on him. He did, and it was awesome, and it's incredible. He spoke, and he got to leave with the money, and he was good. Or maybe he didn't. We don't know. I just love how, in that moment, the greatest teacher failure is. They really made a mistake.
I think... Yeah, dude. I think that slippery snake made it out of there, and he's somewhere scumming it up in the galaxy. So I don't think he's coming back in Rise of Skywalker. But I just it just makes it makes the betrayal even worse, because it's like it makes his character more of a scumbag. It's like, all right, I'm gonna get out of here before things get hot.
Plus, you kind of you kind of started liking him too once he gave Rose's necklace back. So it's like, it's another Han
this guy's
Solo
got a heart of
thing.
gold.
It's a scoundrel with a heart of gold all over again, and then. He just didn't have. He was just a scoundrel. He didn't have a heart of gold at all.
He's just a dirty hobo who was good at breaking into places.
Well, yeah, and he really did what Lando did, but way worse. Like Lando, especially. I don't know, y'all remember at the panel where Billy D. Williams
reverse Lando.
Lando felt bad about it and immediately tried to correct what he did.
Did anyone die?
Did you die?
Anyone die? It's the best still, but. Think about what DJ did. DJ ended up getting the Resistance halfway destroyed. The Supremacy ended up getting wiped out halfway through the middle, which we'll get into momentarily. I love the delivery of maybe. It's brutal.
Maybe. It's so good.
It's dirty.
Also a great gif. Also a great gift to give to someone who's disagreeing with you and saying you're wrong.
Maybe.
So.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And then the part where Hux makes the rebel ships get destroyed is so shocking. It's this movie is just like Knives Out, just little twists and turns one after another.
You don't know where it's going at all.
No, it's wonderful.
Such a fun ride, man. It's a gosh. I don't know. It's still my favorite part of this movie is that it's a Star Wars movie that I didn't know where it was going. It was so fun.
Yes.
So fun watching it the first time.
It was. And even watching it with people after still to this day, it's such a fun movie to watch. But anyway, we're going to move on real quick, boys, to finally them on the supremacy. They're in the throne room, and I love that Rey is like delivered to Kylo. I'm not a big Reylo guy. I don't know much about the culture. I'm not quite familiar with it, but from what I know at a small level, this is apparently pretty big deal.
Well, can we just acknowledge first Millennium Falcon escape pod?
Oh yeah, amazing.
It has
how
more than
awesome-
one apparently.
Yes.
That is so crazy. And just like it's funny, Chewie's probably like, hey, just make sure you bring that thing back. No, but like that thing looked like the freezer they froze like E.T. in when they thought he was
It
dead.
just looks like a coffin
like,
too.
I don't know,
Like, and I love that.
It looks like, yeah.
I love that
I
it's
love
like
it 'cause-
you're going maybe to your death. We don't know, but I like that it looks like that.
I mean, I feel like that comes standard with that, obviously, but I also kind of feel like there's nothing more Han Solo than like, maybe we'll use this coffin to bail out if we need to,
It's just weird, and he like looks down on her, and like it's interestingly done. And of course, we don't know what it implies. We might see in The Rise of Skywalker on Thursday what that might really mean.
It definitely implies connection.
Oh, it definitely does. I love the elevator ride. It's amazing. It's kind of like before Luke and Vader depart from Endor. That's that same conversation. That there's conflict in you. It's tearing you apart. And one thing I wrote down, it didn't dawn on me, but think about how naturally lonely each character is. How they really do long to be with someone, or not even just to have friends. Like, think about Rey is just naturally lonely her whole life, but Ben had everything. He had not incredible parents. He had everything he could, and he had two famous parents, and he was still naturally lonely. It's kind of a cool Romeo and Juliet thing going on here. Like they in its own weird regard, these people that needed each other when they didn't realize they needed each other, especially in this moment, because at this point when you're watching it, you don't know where it's going to go. Any takes on that, them being naturally lonely people, how that might really play into what happens later and what happens in the next chapter?
Well, I think that's Ryan from the very beginning described them as dual protagonists, and I think that sense of loneliness like builds into that, and you buy into that. And why they're so connected is because they have very different backgrounds, but at the end of the day, they feel very, very connected and very similar, even if they have very, very different lives. And I think that connection is what probably in the end will play a humongous role in whatever happens to Kylo Ren, Ben Solo. So I love what they did with that, and I feel like just thank you, Kat. I really appreciate that.
It's like solid rebuttal.
Yeah,
Bill.
thank you. What was I saying? Anyway, yes, I think that it'll come into play, and I love how they introduced that idea of the dual protagonists and that connection. I think you made a really, really good point on that, Scotty.
Thank you. Jerry, in regards to like seeing this happen, and I don't know, I've actually never asked you this. What would you feel about not just Reylo, but like what could this really imply overall, this moment in particular? Because we know what happens later, but this still moment can be referenced over and over again in The Rise of Skywalker. We have no idea.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I've really quite put my opinion on it like fully out on here.
Yeah, I've never have.
I was, dude, before Last Jedi, I was pretty strictly against all of that.
Yeah.
Just I don't know. I didn't see it from Force Awakens, and be that whatever it is. But I don't know. I think I've kind of classified myself as a non-romantic Reylo in that, because a lot of people like I've had many good interactions on Twitter with people who consider themselves Reylos and stuff, and they're really saying all they really are meaning is that Rey and Kylo have a connection.
Yes.
There is something. These people were like the Force is bringing them together for some reason. They are destined to interact for some reason. Be it romantic or whatever. I don't necessarily think it's going to go the romantic direction, but I don't now, and this is a lot of self-therapy and deep thought, and just listening to other people kind of talk about the meaning of it.
Yeah.
I don't think I would be surprised. I don't think they're going to have like I don't think they're going to like start kissing like Elizabeth and Will and on the deck of that ship in the last Pirates of the or the third Pirates of the Caribbean movie and get married.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen and stuff, but I don't know. I can't see it right now, but if it happens, again, you guys know, it's the execution.
Yes, it is.
And so far, man, JJ hasn't let me down.
No.
So.
Well, and speaking of executions,
Neither has Ryan.
no, neither is Ryan at all. And a weird transition, but speaking of executions, we get to see the murder of just an incredible execution within itself. But no, I wanted to ask y'all this because it never dawned on me till watching this. Snoke has a line right here. He says, "Come closer, child, so much strength." And of course, we all can quote it, "Darkness rises in light to meet it." And he even says, "As Ben grew stronger, his equal would rise in the light." And I'm like, damn, like, so was Rey, was it discussed beforehand, or did the Force just happen to manifest in someone like Rey who was a nobody because the dark side was already manifesting in Kylo? Or I just find it particularly very interesting because I don't know if Kylo's dark side is as strong as Rey's light, or if Rey has some sort of dark side that is strong as Ben's light. It's weird. It's a weird phrase, and maybe we'll see some sort of resolution in the Rise of Skywalker about it. But yeah, I think it's very interesting, and I love that Rey calls him Ben Solo. It's a whole time Ben Solo, Ben Solo. You can't turn Ben Solo.
She doesn't because you kind of at the beginning of the movie she calls him, Kylo Ren. So that's another point of like, okay, she doesn't see this guy as a bad guy anymore. She sees him as this kind of manipulated, misunderstood, lonely guy. And so she feels like she can be like Luke Skywalker, play the Vader and do that and save him. And I think that once again, I think that'll help. That'll come in in 9.
Yeah. Jerry, any thoughts?
Well, we've already got the line from the final trailer before the flood of TV spots released with the rest of the movie in them. But we have that line where she's like, she doesn't feel like anyone understands her, but Ben has that line of, "But I do."
Yeah.
Which it can be taken so many different ways, which is what I don't know. I think the marketing's been brilliant for Rise of Skywalker, but I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Well,
Scotty,
I want to say one thing too, and maybe everyone listening on Tuesday or Wednesday, or maybe the day of your showing of this movie, or even a couple of days after, whenever you have the opportunity to listen to this. Hopefully it's before the showing of the movie, before your showing of the movie, and you can kind of reflect on it. These moments in particular will be, maybe, I say this, will be the last time we can speculate on what all this means. There's another line where
we're going to get an answer.
Crazy.
Yeah, where Snoke says,
Yeah.
"Young boy." And it's just like Palpatine would say it. Now, hopefully we'll get some resolution, not to who Snoke was, but was Palpatine manifesting or inhabiting this person's spirit, or did he, apparently he knew Luke, and, there's so much more that could be mentioned about Snoke in general, but, especially with what you're saying, we will have answers, and most recently all the TV spots have been crazy. They've been like, you will not be ready for what you will get in this movie, I'm just. This is the last time we can all bask in a moment of speculation before we have a slew of answers that we never knew we needed, answers that we needed, answers that we might not even be satisfied with. So I think we can all take just a brief second to appreciate even these conversations, because they will be done. This will be dated post that release, and I'm fine with that. It's weird. It's really weird, and it just dawned on me while we were all discussing the possibility of a line, but. that possibility may soon be dead, very soon.
That's true.
It's been it's been 4 years of this. It's going to.
But
end.
I'm
It's awful.
At the
Sorry,
same
yeah.
time, though, like I want a sigh of, oh my God, thank you. They've
Yes.
figured it out.
Yes.
We know what's going on.
Right. Right.
Part of the like they said in Endgame, part of the journey is the end, and this is the end. So it's a wonderful, wonderful place that we've been able to talk about the past 4 years. But at the same time, like Episode 9 will provide us more things to speculate on what the future of Star Wars. What does this mean? They'll do something even more vague and something different that it'll be like, well, maybe I don't know. What's something that we can speculate on?
Yeah.
Is Jar Jar Binks really dead? I don't know.
Yeah.
Which I don't know, something like that. But there'll always be something to speculate on. But I'm glad this will be we'll get some kind of resolution for this.
Closure. We will get closure as fans, and I mean literally.
We'll be satisfied.
Yes. Well, I don't mean to go on a tangent, but the other night I was sitting with my mom. And I was showing her the, Ben meets Palpatine thing, and she goes, "Oh yeah," and I mean that Rey, that's Luke's daughter, right? Like, is that really? I'm not telling her no, it's my mom. I don't want to confuse her, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, it's weird, like this weird misconception that a lot of fans, casual fans might have of what's going on in the show. Hopefully, there'll be some clearing up of things that we've been needing answers to, like who are Rey's parents.
Right.
That will be answered. They said that the nobody thing. It's too vague. They will answer it, and hopefully it'll be something where my mom goes, "Oh, that makes sense." Casual fans, and
exactly.
All the stupid, clickbait ads will go away after this. I don't know. It's just at least I hope. But anyway, I went off on a tangent. I'm sorry. I just had to hear y'all's opinion on that. There's a great line. And, of course, this has a lot more meaning now. Son of Darkness, heir apparent to Lord Vader, The Son of Darkness thing, do you remember for a while everyone's like, that's the title of Episode 9, Son of Darkness. I remember that was like
Son of Darkness.
Yes.
Right.
It would be sick. I'm not going to lie. It would be sick. But it's not. And it's nice that
Darkness.
Because
it's not a great title for the final Skywalker saga.
No, it doesn't.
Not Son of Darkness.
No, but the Rise of Skywalker.
Son of Light.
He might be rising from this darkness. So it's interesting.
Ancient Fear? No.
I want to know what you think. This death of Snoke, and I know Jerry said in the theater it was like, what, they went this route? And I know I'm sure Bill felt the same way. But Snoke's death ultimately, the symbolism of it is, I think, so dense. It's the first.
It's awesome.
It's the first villain that has gotten any bit of true closure. Like cut in half, dead, tongue out on the floor, and like the apprentice truly surpassed the master in that sequence.
And that was I loved that. Like I loved The Last Jedi already, but that was the moment where I was like, where is this going? I have no idea what's happening.
Yes.
Where does it go? Where is Kylo turning to the good light side? What?
Yeah.
What's happening, man? Like, and it just is such a unexpected, different take on the throne room, because I think all of us, when we first saw they're in a throne room, we're gonna see something's gonna happen. Something like some kind of redemption maybe, but that was just another way where we're just like, well, I don't know where this is going, man. So it's just once again,
we're in this right.
So The Last Jedi is the Knives Out of the Star Wars universe, is what I'm trying to say.
There you go.
Well, Jerry, any perspective on this death in particular? And of course, the literal execution of it is some of the best, clever writing in Star
execution.
Wars.
Right.
And he turns.
I just want to know how he didn't hear it turning beside. No, I'm just kidding. That doesn't bother me at all.
It's weird.
No, dude, it's so brilliant the way he kind of masks his intentions by it's just. When people are like, well, I thought Snoke was really powerful. It's like, well, yeah, but I don't know. You see, he obviously was able to be tricked there. But just that, what I was thinking the whole time there, because it was like, how the heck is Rey going to get out of this?
Yeah.
What's going to happen?
Yeah.
Because this is the second movie and we're already in front of Snoke. Like, what in the world is going on? And then just that they pull that out, they like Kylo Ben does what he told who he thought was his grandpa.
Yeah.
I'll finish what you started. Did what Vader can never do.
Yep.
And kills the master.
Yep.
And surpasses him. It just, I don't even think I was thinking that at that point, because we ended up getting into this amazing everything that's going on, from the sequence with Holdo, with well, and that even is going on before this. The Holdo maneuver happens, and then that's what kind of like causes everything. That's like the inciting, like boom or whatever. No.
It's when the lightsaber splits.
It's right after this battle
lightsaber
sequence,
splits,
but still
then
like
Holdo. Oh.
But just there's so much going on, and just this. I love that you put in the notes here the two become one.
Yeah, it is
in battle.
It's true.
It was, and again.
And
100% Reylo, and we're not necessarily talking about romantic. We're just talking like they are connected. I mean, you could see it in that scene alone.
And you want to talk about a crowd going crazy on first viewing? Like once like cuts in half, and then like the Skywalker thing comes, and like then like Rey grabs a lightsaber. Dude, it's like it's just giving me chills talking about it. So like I don't.
Yes.
What a dude! Once again, I feel like I've said that a lot. What a wonderful way, but like, really, what a wonderful way to do something completely different and give us something completely unexpected.
Well, the way Snoke's body falls forward too, boom, and then slumps over,
and like
and
he
not
slowly
even in focus either, like,
and he realizes what's happening, like as it's like,
it's brutal. Imagine that, and I think it's Snoke he's almost like getting off in his own weird way. He's like, and she strikes down, his true enemy, then doom. It's like,
it's like if Palpatine didn't plan 50 levels ahead of anybody,
and that's
what Snoke would be.
That's something I was just thinking of. Palps would have planned for that. Okay, Palps is smart enough to plan for that, and I love that this character is not, and maybe this is where Ben could kill Palps, or whatever the situation's going to be, is that he could outsmart him. He can think on a different level than Palpatine can think. I don't know. Or the both of them can think in a collective mind. But anyway, the slow-mo shot, she gets into the blade, and then the twist, and then the music kicks in, and they're just going at it. It's just... It's so good.
It really...
It's unreal.
And to see things we haven't ever seen done with a lightsaber too, like in this fight, was just, I don't know. I know we didn't really get a ton of lightsaber on lightsaber in this one, but
and that's
still,
fine.
Dude, like,
I'm completely okay with that.
I was fine with it too. It was kind of refreshing. But this was like top notch.
It was.
Like
dare I say, and this might be blasphemous, but it's probably one of the greatest. And I love the prequels. This is way better choreographed. In regards to intensity and like the way things fall and the fire, literally, I was watching the director in the Jedi. I was watching that documentary, and like all those like actual curtains like on fire swinging between them.
On fire,
yes. It's like,
and
this was to been.
It's so crazy.
It's so well done, and the embers in the air, and then the way Rey gets them locked up, and then slings the thing across the room, and it just engulfs the whole. It's just like. And I don't know how a human mind can come up with that. And I remember in the theater,
as much as I love the prequel fights, they do feel a little bit like a dance. Like they're very, very, they're overly choreographed.
Well, they're beautiful,
and they're fun to watch. And I love seeing them every time. It's like it's a highlight whenever the prequels come on for me. But at the same time, it doesn't reach like. It feels unchoreographed in a way, but like choreographed in a way like you feel the intensity, like they're actually fighting, like their lives. So like you feel the strength, and it kind of like what I like about the Mandalorian is you feel every punch, you feel every kind of gritty little interaction in that show. Yeah. So it movie show, whatever. It's the same
pretty
thing.
Pretty much. Yeah.
It just, you feel that intensity from Kylo. You feel like the stakes are actually there, which I feel like was missing. And my least favorite one lightsaber battle is in Attack of the Clones against Dooku, because I just feel like there's no stakes, and it's not particularly pretty to look at except for Yoda. But other than that, it's just like, whatever. Well, exactly. Meow.
There's one shot too, and I want to bring it up with where Kylo's holding the saber at a way where it's like kind of covering his face a little bit, and the way his hair falls in his eyes, and he looks really conflicted as to where to go. You know, he's like, doing that pretty much, and it's just he looks just like Anakin in every way.
Oh, dude!
I think that's intentional. Like every movie, he looks more like Anakin. Like, and I think that's very intentional.
And the way he breathes, he gets this big breathe out, and he like figures out what he's gonna do, and then one guy goes for it, and that's when he just goes all Anakin on him, and the look, the intensity of his face, the confliction. It's like, I made this. I gotta deal with this, And I love that. Of course, Kylo gets in that chokehold, and then Ben throws in the saber. He catches it, and how badass was that? The first time you saw it,
that was another moment where everybody was like, "Oh."
So we've all been like, well, just turn it on and turn it off real quick.
Yeah.
Well, for everything. Okay, what's everyone? What are your favorite parts of this entire fight? I mean, we've all got to have a favorite moment, right? I mean, everyone does. Mine has to be Rey, like talking about the intensity of this thing, like the raw, like passion.
I know where this is going.
Two Force users.
Yeah, I know this is going.
I love. It's not like it's Rey, dude.
Yes.
When that like she like the guy like brandishes his weapon at her, and she like spins
and
her
screams
saber and
like a
goes
exactly
like a war cry, dude. I'm like,
I'm right there with you, dude. That is amazing.
Dude,
it's amazing.
Yeah. It's just so cool, and I don't think that's like people are like, oh, that's her. Like, oh, she's got anger. I'm like, no, dude, she's like, that's like intense. That's like karate stuff, man. She's like, I'm using my power again. Like I'm pumping myself up to like just take you out, dude. It's just, I love that. Like, wait, go ahead. You got what are your favorite like moments from the entire thing, Bill? What about you, buddy?
So you guys are coming in and out. Sorry, one second.
Oh no, you're good.
Sorry. You sounded like a droid for a second. Okay, start that again. Sorry.
Oh no, it's not coming through this mic, so don't worry.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay, let me start back. So okay, that's my favorite moment. Scotty or Bill, what is your favorite moment from this entire like sequence?
God, dude, I guess the beginning, because I want to say something different than what you did, because I do like that moment because it is so raw and visceral.
That's a lot of people's favorite, yeah.
But like, dude, I'm telling you, the beginning of it where Rey takes it up and the music swells, and then they go the thigh grab, or what a lot of people point out. Yeah. I love that, like the first 5 seconds where you're like, okay, Kylo's killed Snoke, and he smoked Snoke, and Rey and him are working together. I think that's me. That's my favorite part.
Well, it's very yin yang, and people like the visual even of them. Like she's like leaning on top of his back, and like the flow of it looks very yin yang. And that was, I think, even in the Force Awakens, they describe the relationship as yin and yang. Like their opposites need each other. My favorite one is the one just talked about it's the way the music goes. It's like a car horn. It's very frightening with Kylo holding the blade like that, and he's like looking around, and the Praetorian Guards are, and the Praetorian Guards were a great threat. I'm not gonna lie, that is a very well utilized villain, because Death Troopers, sorry, not just. I haven't seen the most recent episode of the Mando. I don't know if they're used in the most recent episode of the Mando, but I'm not gonna lie, Death Troopers were just really cool looking, and their voices sounded kind of cool. And then everything else with Troopers recently have been pretty lame, but the Praetorian Guards were like the first ones. I'm like, this is kind of, they are pretty damn, they're a threat, like whenever got Kylo in the chokehold, all of that. But the scene where Kylo's holding the saber and he's like eyeing what he's gonna do, is the music's amazing, and it's just the visual is just. It's so intense. It's just Anakin. I don't know. I think I get very excited about that. But I love this is the first time that like a battle ends, and then the characters kind of discuss something after the battle.
Right.
Time to let old things die. Snoke, Skywalker, Sith, Jedi. I love that that Ben literally, unbeknownst to him, parallels Vader here. Join me and we can rule the galaxy kind of feeling. And I love,
and I think a lot of people have pointed out it's kind of like Anakin and Padme when Revenge of the Sith at the when like she realizes, oh my God, this isn't him anymore. Like it's very similar to that, and I love that. I love that Ryan took some stuff from the prequels and brought it into the sequels.
Ben, don't do this. I love that line.
Don't do this.
Don't do
Please
it.
don't go this way.
So sad.
Yeah, it's so. And then no, you're still holding on. It's just brutal. It's like,
let go.
It hurts. Let go. And then there's I love that you're no one. You mean nothing. You're nothing in this story. It's just like, if that's the case, then it's amazing. I don't know. That's the only thing I'm fearing in The Rise of Skywalker. Not that I'm going to be disappointed. It's that I love the fact that she is literally no one. It's just such a... The Force doesn't have to manifest in a Skywalker. It can manifest in someone that's not, of a powerful descendant. I just... That's how I see the Force differently now because of these two movies and what they did with Rey. So I hope they stick to it. But with that being said, I love that she's a no one. Don't y'all? I mean, let's be honest. The fact that she's a no one it makes you understand that, because out of all these Skywalkers, these crazy powerful people, someone comes in who is equally as powerful and can best them is amazing. Even Luke. She takes down Luke, let's be honest.
Right.
She the lightsaber threatens him. But anyway.
Yeah.
What do you think?
You had to get away from the legacy at some point, and if they want to change it in 9, I'll live with it, but I'm completely okay with it. I think it works. I don't think you need to have everybody related to everybody for the story to make sense and for it to mean something to everybody. This is a story for a new generation of people, and a new generation might not necessarily care about Luke Skywalker. If this is the kid of Luke Skywalker or Han Solo, whatever she turns out to be. But I think she's a nobody. And when I say that, I mean she's not related to anybody. I think she's obviously a very, very important part of the story. I think that she's the center of. She's our main protagonist for a reason. So that's kind of where I fall on it.
Yeah. What about you, Jerry?
Yeah, no, I'm all for the Rey nobody, but also I'm prepared, man, for whatever they give, because I don't know, I'm ever the Shirut Imwe, so I just... I don't know.
I'm open to, honestly.
Yeah, I just want to stay open because I don't want to say no, but it is very meaningful that they kept it that, and if they keep it that way, I think it'd be very meaningful for a lot of people.
Yeah, it would be. And this next line before she steals the blade out of his side, please. It's brutal. It hurts. That line hurts because it shows that longing. That's all he wants is someone to be with him. Not even in a romantic way, just I need someone to talk to. You understand me, and he says, please. And he's just so heartbroken, and then she looks like she's going to reach her hand out, and she does an amazing maneuver and whips it from his side. But I brought this up with the episode with Lacey. I brought it up. The fact that the lightsaber called directly to Rey, I think, is pretty symbolic, because it's obvious that Kylo was using the Force to pull the lightsaber too. But it went right past Kylo directly to Rey in The Force Awakens. In this movie, though, it is caught between them, and it has nothing to do with the grip he had on with the Force. It's literally going back between them. What does that mean to y'all? I know what it means to me. Can I say what it means to me?
Yeah,
I think.
go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think in that moment, Ben is being as genuine as possible. He's not being evil. The dark side's not manifesting in him. He really is just wanting to have a relationship. He's not saying let's go kill a bunch of people. He really is longing for someone, and it shows this innocence inside Ben. And I think the lightsaber will call to him eventually, and maybe that's the big moment in The Rise of Skywalker is, before whatever the situation is, he's got to call a lightsaber, but it comes directly to him. It's not thrown to him, it literally flies into his hand, and he can put the final blow on whatever the situation is. That being said, I think this lightsaber being called to him is way more symbolic than what we currently know about it. Any takes on that, Bill?
I think you're right. The lightsaber called itself to Rey for a reason. It wasn't because she was, a Skywalker or anything like that.
No.
But like, I think you're right that it will come into it'll come full circle in the Rise of Skywalker in that way.
Yes.
But I don't really. I don't know. I think you said you kind of covered all my thoughts on it, because I do think that if it was meant to call out to, and that's like in The Force Awakens,
yes.
when Finn is using that lightsaber, he gets really upset. He's like, "No, that belongs to me." And then, no, it belongs to Rey, because she is the new legacy of the Jedi. She is the future.
Yes.
You had your opportunity, you had your chance, but this is who the Force trusts. So I think that's
a good point.
It's incredible.
Yeah. What about you, Jerry?
No, I'm with you. Like, there's really not much. You guys have really just like said it so beautifully. So, it's Rey's saber, but the reason I guess in this movie, the last movie it goes to Rey. This movie it kind of breaks in between them, because maybe there's a little bit of that legacy that still belongs.
Yeah,
to
literally
Ben
split.
if he's willing to accept the challenge. So
Yeah, it literally split, and I think it's a big moment. And of course, during this moment, you have the Holdo maneuver happen. Right when it splits, the boom right through the supremacy. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, best editing and sound design. But not only that, this is where I thought the movie not would end, but I thought it would end shortly after, because I think at this part it's like, I guess I wasn't looking at my watch when I first saw it in theaters, but it had only been an hour and 45 minutes at this point, I think. Like, some very, not that long. And, it felt like such a good ending. They escape to Crate into the movie. But we get a whole nother slew of sequences after this. But anyway, back to the Holdo maneuver.
Holdo maneuver is, once again, we keep on talking about the best in Star Wars. I don't know if Han talked about it briefly in A New Hope, what the perils of hyperspace travel and stuff like that.
Yes.
But once you see the First Order's destroying all these transports, and then you kind of slowly realize what she's doing over that, where she's like,
exactly.
No, she's not running. You're like, wait, she's gonna do it, and then kind of as you've already figured it out, 2 seconds later, the First Order's figured it out, but it's already too late. And it's just such a rewarding, like you said, I think they even had to do a poster before the movie came out. There was there's a scene where everything goes silent. There's nothing wrong with it. So something like that,
or someone, a lot of chains had to warn people. That's crazy. Yeah. No, there's not. In the new movies we've had, there's not been a more beautiful sequence, I think, or something just as interesting and mind-blowing as the Holdo maneuver. And I don't know, I unabashedly love it, man. And I think we're all unanimously in agreement here, it's so good. So
yeah, and of course after the sequence, all hell breaks loose, and we get the Finn and Phasma fight. And I love that Finn is called a traitor again in this. I think it's a very important line for character, Phasma calls him traitor, and I wrote in the notes, I hope we hear it again in The Rise of Skywalker. I hope Hux says it, or someone says it, to where it just keeps hitting them, bringing it home. He is a traitor. He betrayed them, and he became way better than they could ever imagine.
The right kind of traitor.
Yes. Well, one thing I will say is I think the Phasma battle is great. I love that her helmet gets cracked. There's not really much to really go into. The music's amazing. BB-8 in the background is so Star Wars, with it's such a little kid thing. Just destroying people in ATST is just, I love it.
That reminded me of a video, a fighting game you would be playing as a kid, and you're fighting the boss or whatever there, and in the background one of the characters you interact with is like messing up people,
Yeah,
and there's something happening in the background. It reminded me of something like that, but
it's also very George Lucas too.
Yeah, oh, totally.
Yeah, just cluttering the scene. It's just classic George Lucas.
Well, like he upped what the droids did, like in the prequels, man. Like R2 is like an action hero, and so here goes BB-8. Like, nah, I'm gonna freaking pilot this ATST.
I gotta tell you, I love the fight between Finn and Phasma too. Like, I really like that. Was, I think, when that trailer for Monday Night Football came out, and they had like Finn and Phasma fighting. Like, that was the moment where I was like, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it was really cool to see that, and like to see Finn win and ultimately, you know, call himself Rebel Scum, finally entering the fight. I thought was really, really cool.
Oh, it's great. One thing I will say is, of course, after she falls into the fire, I would honestly hope it's the end of her character. I really don't see us getting a return of Phasma, which I'm fine with, to be honest with you.
I don't need Phasma.
No.
No, I think she should be. I'm sorry, guys. She should just be gone. She should be gone.
One thing that I still find
And she is.
extremely breathtaking about this whole sequence is when their shuttle takes off. I don't know why. It flies through the debris. It's like, I guess it was a shot I never thought we'd see in Star Wars of, like, you know, someone literally leaving this like hellscape of just fire and, you know,
and yet
flying through
it is
space.
very beautiful. It's like they're flying through diamonds. I was watching. It looks beautiful in 4K. By the way.
And it is, and I'd imagine, if I'm not mistaken, I think either Rose's theme is playing. It's an interesting moment. It's like the music's very different. It doesn't even feel that Star Warsy. It's awesome. Then of course we cut to Kylo Ren waking up and Hux standing there. And I love the gun being pulled. I love that Domhnall Gleeson said that. Like, maybe he should be pulling the gun out, like about to shoot him. Then he puts it back. And I hope we get that exact dynamic.
Oh, he knows his character. Man, the way he looks at him at the end of this movie is just like, that's indication enough.
And I think we'll probably get that too, because we know that kind of Hux has kind of been demoted, right? Like, he's, because of Allegiant General Pride. I mean, that's... Yeah. I think that's kind of the inference, or like that's what's being implied.
Yeah.
Right. I almost feel like Hux is like, because the way he looks at him at the end at Kylo on Crate. Is just brutal. so much vitriol. I wonder if Hux is going over or trying to kind of go like, not really over the Supreme Leader's head, but, you know, go into this like really powerful general and going like, dude, let's take this dude out, because he's making us look like a bunch of chumps, you know?
Yeah. Which could be the case. It could be
he's making us all look nuts. No,
I love our Supreme Leader is dead, and then, you know, Hux being force choked is just like, Kylo did kind of go into a Vader role just now in his own weird way, and the rest of this movie
properly manipulating that cur.
Yeah, in this movie though, the rest of this movie at least, he still is kind of in this weird Vader role. So I don't know if that's an implication of where we will see this character in the beginning of the Rise of Skywalker versus where we might see him in the end. But he's force choking people. He's mad as shit. Oh, pardon my French. He is mad. He is just, you know, he
bless you.
Yeah, I sneezed. And well into the last battle with Luke, he's super mad. But I think Hux is pretty underrated. I don't know if anyone agrees with me here. He's like the first Imperial leader we see in all three movies, and like prominent. You know, he's kind of like Tarkin level, you know, known, and he's in all three movies. He's not Veers. He's not, you know, Jar Jar. You know, he's actually there. And I think it's a cool character. I'm glad that JJ wrote him and Finn. I think they're two of the most unique Star Wars characters to come out the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Yeah. Boys, we
Agreed.
get to it. We get right to it. My favorite all-time musical sequences in all Star Wars. All time. Hands down. Like, I remember vividly, Bill, listening to your episode with James and Pat and John of TRB when y'all broke down the music. And I was cleaning up my garage. I vividly remember listening to it because it made me rethink this whole sequence. Because, you know, when you first see a Star Wars movie, let's be honest, I don't register the music instantly. It takes a little bit. I have to see it again to kind of like
unless it's
register
like the
music.
Falcons theme or something. They're like, I mean,
honestly, like the one thing like in the sequel trilogy that stood out immediately to me was Jedi Steps at the end of The Force Awakens. Like I was like, I need to listen to that immediately. But keep going.
Yes.
No, the crate sequence. It's just. It's become pretty classic Star Wars to me. It's become Battle of Hoth tier. It's become Trench Run tier. The pacing of it, the red ground and the bleeding ground. It's just like it's so iconic.
It's such a visually stunning thing to see. It like
yes,
it's once again it's playing on the traditional Star Wars tropes where it's like, oh, it's a snowy planet, it's a white planet, but no, underneath it, it's got this red interior, which is really, once again, really just visually cool to see. But then at the same time, awesome. Like, it's I think the battle itself is just kind of, it's Empire Strikes Back. It's just the Battle of Hoth, but it's done in a completely different way where it's, this is the end of the Resistance if they fail. Yes. This is their last stand. So, like, they make it count. And I think pretty much everything, like, and I'm thinking about that episode of Resistance now, and, like, James was...
vividly, man.
James was... he kind of mopped the floor with me on the music thing, but at the same time, it was like... I love that... I love... just everything John Williams did, and then accenting that with the Falcon, the flight of the Falcon in Crate is the perfect, it's the perfect, it's bringing something old but doing it in a new way, and then even Luke's theme in the Battle of Crate, like the Luke and Leia scene, the music in that, and all then the spark, it's just such a wonderfully done. John Williams hasn't made a bad score ever, so like it's a wonderful, wonderful score that accents everything perfectly.
This takes the cake still to this day for a sequence that has the best music. Just like because it's like a greatest hits motion. It's got you get it's weird. You get Rey's theme, you get Rose's theme, you get the flight of the Falcon, whatever they call it, the sequence where the TIE fighter.
Here they come.
You get Kylo Ren's theme, you get the Force theme, and like I can keep going. I'm pretty sure you might get Leia's theme at some point. It's just like it's wild, it's insane, and it's so jam packed. But I want to bring up one thing. I love that Poe's leading the attack. I love that Kylo Ren's not holding back at all. I think he is convinced that Leia is dead, and he's going to just obliterate the Resistance, like just finally snuff them out, and. Of course, the Falcon's introduction is amazing. Just when all hope is lost and 3 TIE fighters get shot down at once, it's just like it's
great.
Love that.
It's so Star Wars, and we get.
And then I love Ben say, "Blow that piece of junk out of the sky." Just gets so upset.
I have so many favorite lines from this thing, but seriously, I love how they're really playing on the piece of junk thing in this trilogy with the Millennium Falcon. So good. Yeah. Like, they hate that ship. And Finn going, woo. Finn better go woo in this movie. That's all we got to say.
Oh, he will. Guaranteed. No, after this, of course, I love that Finn, once everyone backs out, Finn is so willing to give it all up. That's huge. I mean, the guy that was going to run away at the beginning of this movie, and everyone still finds a way to say, Canto Bight was pointless. No, if Finn had not gone to Canto Bight and had the experience he had with Rose and the failure he experienced with Rose, this whole of him willing to give himself up would not have happened. Yeah. It's amazing character change. Such a different character than the one we knew in The Force Awakens who was trying to run away. And Rose kind of has a sacrifice of herself, knocking him out of the way of the blast. It's huge. And the way it's shot's very cool.
A lot of people hate on that scene, but I think that line that Rose does, that she says to Finn in that moment, is so important for not just Star Wars, but I think it's a moment. It's a line that inspires a lot of people. It's because it's no. Why would you save me? We're not. That's how we're gonna win. Not by beating what we hate, but saving what we love. And I just think that's such a once again, so many wonderful lines in this that just accent why Star Wars is so great and so special. And that's a wonderful performance from Kelly Marie Tran.
It is. It's incredible, Bill. In particular, everything after this too. I love that Finn's gonna end up dragging her all the way back to the door. It's just wild, and we get to a very important scene now, even after Carrie Fisher's death, and in regards to story too, the Luke and Leia interaction. And I love Leia finally accepts her fate. It's hard. It's a hard scene to look at because you're like, this someone that's such a strong fighter finally accepts their demise. This is it. I fought as long as I could, which is a great line. And then I love that Leia, actually, if you watch it, Leia senses Luke way before Luke walks in the room. She kind of looks up and she's like, wait a minute, what is this? And there he comes walking in the hallway. And I love that Luke apologizes. I love that immediately when Luke sits down, he apologizes, Leia. And, I know what you're going to say. It's probably the hair or whatever. Yeah.
It's nice that way. It's what, once again, there's so many great scenes in this. This is, as far as I'm concerned, this is a perfect scene. Because it's
perfect.
With the added emotion of Carrie's not with us anymore, and it's so in line with those characters. They're seeing each other. They're reunited, which is something we've talked about a lot. Is that I wish even I as much as I love the sequels, I wish we had gotten all three of our main characters from the original reunited. But this is close.
Yeah,
it's just so well done. It's so it's a love letter to Carrie. It's a love letter to Luke and Leia. And it's just like Luke said, I think my favorite, the point of Star Wars, I think, is redemption, and I think that's accented really, really well in Return of the Jedi, where Luke is like, no, when he saved Vader, no, I have to save you, and he says, you already have. There is good in him, and no one's ever really gone. Yeah. And I think once again, it's just wonderful line, wonderful setup, and then we get the spark, which builds and builds and builds into this humongous crescendo where it's literally and once again, something I caught the second or third time. What do you want me to do? You think I'm going to take on the whole First Order with a laser sword? And then that's exactly what he does.
Yeah,
that's exactly.
He plays on his legend. He's like, I'm going to save the galaxy by being what they think I am.
It's like,
and he does. He saves the galaxy one last time.
It's like Knives Out, my coffee, my house, my rules. It's the same exact. It's so subtle. It's so subtle. It's that. Uh-huh. It's genius. And Bill, you brought up a really beautiful point because the sequence that happens after this interaction is amazing. And one thing I want to point out, the fact that Luke appears to Leia as a hologram, and the first time that he's a Force hologram essentially, and then the next time, the first time Leia ever appeared to Luke was as a literal hologram is pretty beautiful, because Luke's not there. And I don't know. I always thought it was interesting with the 3PO wink. Does 3PO see him? Does he sense him? Or if he's if the Force is that convincing that they can manifest the body temperatures of an action.
3PO can. Yeah, I think 3PO can see him, but he's a little confused.
Yes,
he's a little confused about what he's seeing.
Yes,
right.
And I love this line is just so heavy now, and I'll never forget being at Celebration in the trailer when they said, no one's ever really gone. It's like,
no one.
When we heard it, we're like, oh, rip Carrie. And then we're also like,
I know.
Oh, man, Ben's not gone. He's still there, and,
It does so many different things. It's, it's not entirely fourth wall breaking, but it kind of serves okay, no one's ever really gone. Carrie's still with us. Yeah. It's perfect character interaction. It's brother and sister seeing each other for the last time. And it's giving us a spark of hope for the galaxy. It's the legend of Luke Skywalker. He's taking up that blue lightsaber that he threw over his shoulder at the beginning of the movie. He is taken up, and he is Luke Skywalker once again.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Jerry, any perspective on this interaction before we move on to possibly one of my favorite sequences in all of Star Wars.
Just, I don't know. There's not a more perfect line, I think, that they could have put there. Because, and I mean, just even, like you said, it just hits so many buttons. And so it was the perfect thing to be said. And so kudos. I mean, whoever wrote the line, if it was Ryan or Ram, did Ram help him write? Or anyway,
I don't know.
Kudos, because that line was perfect with perfect delivery by Mark, and so it was what Leia and all of us needed to hear.
Yeah, and apparently it's going to imply a little bit more than what we expected in the next portion of this trilogy. Well, that being said, let's get to it. I love the fact that Luke. And this might be me looking into it in a very weird scientific way, but Luke literally walks through what appears to be a canal of rebirth. He literally appears out of a slit in a fiery area, and like he is literally kind of born again. It's weird. I don't mean to give any visuals to any of our listeners, but he really is.
Well,
it's a boy.
I've been through this firsthand. So
it's a boy.
Yes. Does it look like this?
Oh, hold on. Let me redo it.
Very much like
it's a girl.
No. Let's just move. Let's move on.
But you see what metaphorically you do see what I'm saying.
No, yeah,
right?
you're absolutely
yes,
you're
it's rebirth.
It's
yes,
just, yeah.
You're right. You're right.
It's
we're
weird.
We are the 12-year-olds George Lucas made this for. So
I'm just very immature, and I'm sorry that I ruined your point.
No.
Yeah, it's beautiful, Scotty. It's beautiful.
It's in its own weird way. I think that's what it's supposed to mean. This idea of rebirth. This character's come full circle. We are going to get at this moment, the Luke that tears down the Star Destroyers and throws them across the. I mean, that's what everyone's thinking.
One of like a piece of paper.
In Luke's traditional and a Jedi's fashion, completely pacifist. Doesn't cast a stone. Doesn't even take out of his lightsaber until he has to. And when he does, he doesn't even strike down his true enemy. This is a Jedi. It's so good because this is what the prequel Jedi failed to do. This is literally the Jedi that we all needed in the prequels that we did not get. This is who Anakin was supposed to be, a pacifist. And I love that Kylo Ren is just all about getting angry. He's all pissed off. And I love the line, he says, "Ben, I'm sorry." And he goes, "I bet you are." Whatever the line is. Yeah, it's I'm sure you are.
And you gotta love the symmetry between, strike me down and I'll become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. No, strike me down in anger and I'll always be with you. Just like your father. Once again, it's poetry. It rhymes. It rhymes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
this is my favorite, I think, moment in Star Wars too. I think you were saying it's yours, like at least in the sequel trilogy, but like this, I love me some Crate Luke and stuff.
Yes.
I gotta get me that vintage series figure. I love the whole look that he's got. It's almost Return of the Jedi Luke, but everything from the did you come here to save my soul? To say you're sorry to save my soul, and just the way he says. No. Yeah, it's literally like that, man. Like every single line delivered by Mark in this sequence it's my we've been saying again a favorite in the entire Last Jedi is chock full of some of my favorite stuff. Oh. And it's just every line from them is perfect, pitch perfect of what I needed and wanted to hear at that moment.
Well, and earlier in this episode, we kind of had a moment where we kind of had to complain about things that we were like. I don't know what people don't see in this moment in particular. Everyone that I saw this movie with was like jaw dropped. Like I can't believe they're doing this, and I can't imagine being so cynical. This is I'm getting pretty. This is me going off. I can't imagine being so cynical enough to hate this sequence. Who are you to even say this is bad Star Wars? I'm sorry. You might not agree with this movie, but this scene in particular, nothing about this is considered bad. No lines. This is true Star Wars. I don't know.
And I
What do you wanna
remember
say,
when
Will?
Like and
I
subscribe.
remember
Our
when
TeePublic
like
is
this.
available.
Yeah. When the people question like the Luke's of the force projection or whatever when it first came out, and was like, where did Rian Johnson get this idea? This isn't canon. And he
best.
literally just he did the pictures where he just was like he pulled out like the Jedi path and showed the like.
It's
It was an
amazing.
example, and it was canon, and it's just like this. This has been here. What are you talking about? He didn't say a
Yes.
fucking word. I'm sorry, he didn't.
No,
he didn't
no,
say a
leave it, leave it.
bombad word. He didn't say a word, and he didn't need to. He was like, what a great way to dunk on somebody without saying a word.
Yes.
And I don't know. I mean, we all bring different things to the table. We have different experiences in life, right? And so we all bring that to when we take in a film. And so
Yeah.
I don't know. I've heard the perspective that it's cowardly for Luke to do this, but I have to really disagree because like he knew it was going to kill him. He had to know it was going
Yes.
to kill him before
Yes.
he did it, right? I mean, and just that we have that set up at the beginning or the beginning of the film, and then here's Luke sticking to his ideals, but also being a true Jedi and stuff, and saying, I can't stay out of this anymore.
Yes.
Which I'm sorry. Also, guys, he was kind of the only way he could get to Crate was to force
Yeah.
force Skype his way over there. But it was even more powerful than the Force Skype. It was something just like. I love what they've done with the Force in the sequel trilogy. That it is so mysterious and so like, it's mystical again. And I loved.
Yes,
I'm not a hater of midichlorians at all.
No,
I'm
not
like
either.
I think it can all still work and it's still mysterious. But
Yeah.
you know, I don't know. This is just so good and.
Well,
Again, our TeePublic store is on and live, and you can get a Bombad sticker. And
You can just
put it
buy
on a
them and burn them.
dartboard if you want. I don't care, you know.
Right.
I love that
Or
Luke
my
is,
Venmo is actually at Bill _ Sheehy, and just send it my way. That's fine. That's
Yeah.
fine. I don't care.
even better.
Little cheddar
love
on top of
that
that
Luke-
Disney.
Yeah, exactly. On top of the checks we opened up earlier. Luke is literally Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Like, people don't get this through their mind either. He's a distraction to make sure these other people escape and, go beyond this horrible thing that they're watching. And I love the line, "The rebellion is born today. The war is just beginning, and I will not be the last Jedi." And then, of course, Kylo responds with, "I'll destroy her, you, all of it." And this is the line
All
that
of
Bill
it.
said earlier. "Strike me down in anger, and I'll always be with you, just like your father." How much
And
of a
that's
like,
the word.
I was, like,
that's
pumping
that's
my
the word
fist,
that
man.
stings immediately.
Destroyed.
Immediately, you were like, and you felt him like do it too.
Yes.
You saw like him like.
The flinch.
Oh,
yeah.
it's
and then he runs.
Chef's
a
kiss.
chef's kiss.
Yes.
Mwah.
He screams and he slices,
Oh,
and then the shot's great. His foot slides, and he like looks over his shoulder, and he's still standing there. It's just, it's brutal. And I remember seeing it in the theaters. My like chest was like, but the pop, it was
Yeah.
so tight. And like, I can't believe I'm so. And then he walks up, and he puts the blade through Luke's chest, and then it shoots to him on Crate, on Octo floating. It was just like
Paint that on the
It's
side of a
so-
panel
that-
van for me right now. That's an amazing shot.
dude.
Once again, another scene where people were like, "Whoa!" and like actually clapped.
clapping,
Like,
yes.
It's such a cool thing. Like, and once again, it's that idea of being a true Jedi, that they're pacifists, that he's
Yes.
winning this great victory millions of light years away.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep.
It's awesome.
It's amazing, and I will say this. Another controversial statement, and I'm sorry, Jerry, this might be the episode we
Why
might
are you
lose some
apologizing
subs.
to me? Oh yeah.
Well,
Well, I guess I
it's-
have to deal with
it's-
it until after Thursday. So
Yeah, until after Thursday. It's just this moment in particular, I don't care who you are. It's just like the whole theater. I don't think a single person in my theater was like, "Oh, come on." Like, it was like all the room, and I feel like if you ask anyone how they felt about this scene, I'd hope they say it was amazing, because the way it was crafted, the way it was set up, and it's just execute it perfectly, and then the great "see you around,
dude,
kid," and the
See you around, kid. And then he just...
The combination of
And talk about,
strike
like,
me down in anger and I'll always be with you just like your father, ending with the ultimate, penultimate see you around, kid, which is like a Han Solo line.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And
a
not to
wreck.
mention the visual cues that if you're paying attention, you know from the beginning that he's not there.
Yes, right. He's not there.
The
Yep.
the little bits of salt aren't getting on him. He
Yep.
has the broken Skywalker saber. Just
Yep.
everything. It's an amazing movie filmmaking.
It is. It's top tier, and then I think honestly the best
S tier, if you will.
Yes. I love this, and I'm sure y'all do as well. But the one thing that like gets me so excited, I love Adam Driver's anger, especially when he yells "traitor" in The Force Awakens. It still gives me chills. But when he screams at the top of his lungs, and the music goes da 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 da, and then he's like no, and then it cuts to Luke. I think. It either cuts to Rey or Luke. I don't remember what it cuts to,
it
but
cuts
like
to Luke. It's like that
It cuts to
immediate
Luke
peace.
falling down.
yes, it's such a powerful moment because that's that Skywalker anger, and he just trying his hardest to be what he's not, and it's so beautifully
It's the
done.
opposite ends of the
And,
spectrum of
you know-
Skywalker with the both of them.
Yes, it is.
And talking about we're talking about the music a little while ago. What I love about it is that throughout the film, and John Williams is awesome. You get little hints of like the Skywalker theme with dun 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 dun, dun but it doesn't truly like
Nope.
doesn't do the other half until Luke is looking at the twin suns again. Which oh my god. Luke Skywalker not only is brought back into his adventure by the hologram that got him into it, but the exact same thing that he looked at that got him into this adventure is the last thing he sees. Twin suns. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What? Oh my god. Poetic cinema. That's what it is.
It's amazing.
It's wonderful.
It's poetry. I told you, it rhymes.
You will get me a Coke Zero.
yeah.
Is there a Coke? It was complete with Coke Zero in it.
Can I get a Coke Zero? That would be nice. Okay.
You can, Bobby.
So this Bill, your passion is
Bubbles very near
It
the
affects
surface.
me
No, I'm just kidding. I'm with
all
you,
the
man.
way-
I'm seriously.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
I'm
don't
so
mean
passionate about. Dude, we're all three of us are like this is. I know I say like Empire is my favorite, but and TLJ is the best. Like, dude, TLJ is like it's my second favorite. It's like, I don't know. This movie gets better every time for me. It really does.
Well, this is so beautiful right here. What I realize, he is no longer. He's looking to the horizon still, but in a different world. You have now taken your steps into a larger world, and he vanishes just like Obi-Wan, just like Yoda, and just like I guess that's it, Obi-Wan and Yoda. And I love that he accepts his reality. This is the very first time Luke's like, I've done it. I've accepted my reality. And the cool thing is, Ryan said this in The Director and the Jedi. I did not realize this. Luke's death happened on his own terms. Han's was a brutal sacrifice, but Luke's was conscious. Luke made that decision to die and to pass on. And I think it's kind of cool that Rey is kind of like us. She's the audience member. She senses it. She feels it. And so does Leia. It's like we get it. And of course, like Bill just said, he sees the twin suns where the journey starts. It now comes to an end. And I love that if you're looking at it in terms of film, the suns are on the right side of the screen in A New Hope, and the suns are then on the left side of the screen in the TLJ. It's just like it could be. You could paint
once
it.
again.
You could paint it. It's just like it's beautiful.
I would sit through all of Last Jedi for all the 2.5 hours just to see that scene.
Same
because
dude. Same.
It's just such forget if you don't agree with him dying, so be it. But
Yes.
if no matter what Luke's death was going to be, if it's looking at twin suns in the distance as the Skywalker as the binary sunset comes on, absolutely, I don't
Yes.
care. Like that's all I need.
Yeah. There's
Anyway,
nothing more.
it's the
There's
first-
nothing more Star Wars than that, man. It goes right back to the original. Yeah.
Well, it climb like Bill said. It's the first time you hear the full Force theme.
Right.
It's beautiful and it's so well done. And I think as we're ultra passionate fans, and I'm glad we are all of that. But I will say this: it's one of those things that is so perfectly final, and I'll never forget. Sobbing. Like, I thought the Yoda part got me. I think it got me in a different way because it's just a return of a character I grew up with. This is a whole different ball game. Whenever he dies and like he fades and the music kind of goes back down, and it's a great way to really end the movie, because if you want to find a final ending, this is more of an ending than what we get after. We get the door closed. We have to progress the story we already know, but to end a character is done so perfectly. So I love the Force Bond moment, the last Force Bond. And I'm sorry, Jerry, do you have anything else you wanted to say about that sequence in particular, Bill, before we close out that huge moment?
Dude, if you get me going any longer, we'll be here for another 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll do Last Jedi
Jerry?
Gush Part 2.
Yeah.
No, man. I mean,
Yes.
what we've all said, and I honestly, the only thing I will say is I actually didn't get... I didn't cry when Luke died. I cried when Han died. Mm-hmm. And I think it's simply because I knew Luke could be back, but also Luke would be back. But also just the fact that it was, again, on his own terms. I was like surprised, like, oh, I didn't think you had to do that, but yeah, I would have rather that than like Kylo like get a sucker punch in on him, or him go the way of Qui-Gon,
Yeah, exactly.
It's honestly the first Jedi we've really seen besides Yoda. And Yoda was just that he was old. He was it was his time. But just Luke to go like, no, you know what? This is the way I want to go, and I have peace about it. So just beautiful.
Definitely. It's
How
beautiful.
about that? How about that cold Force Bond though at the end there, man?
Oh,
Look at that. Kylo Ren, they storm the base after everyone's already gone. You get that wicked look we talked about from Hux, just that shade, man. Shade upon shade upon shade thrown at Kylo.
That is the Star Wars equivalent of a bitch bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Ryan even says
and
it
him picking up. Sorry. So I was just saying, him holding the dice. And then they disappeared, like all the symbolism of all of that. You finally, it's what I loved about it, and what I kind of get from it is it's like he's spent the last 2 movies trying to destroy the past, and he wants like to destroy all of this that he had, and it's like the ultimate like, well, you got what you wanted, you're alone, and it's just. I don't, man. There's a lot. It's a metaphor for a lot of stuff, but it's
it is.
I
truly.
mean, mental health and depression, and I just like I don't know, is a lot of stuff, but just also the way he, man, I don't know. I just love it so much. But you guys, go ahead, Bill. What do you think, buddy? Or Scotty?
No, I want to say
Somebody.
real quick. I'm sorry, Bill, but Ryan literally purposely, he says in the directing the Jedi, or the commentary, he said. He purposely shot that shot above head of Anakin and Kylo to be exactly like framed exactly the same way. So like the Anakin above head with the stormtroopers walking and Kylo walking in the crate with the stormtroopers, and that he said that's absolutely on purpose, which I think is so cool because I mean it shows that turn, and we know what happens to Vader later. He is redeemed, and of course the ending with the Force Bond, that is directly from The Godfather Part 1. Directly from it, the door closing. And I think Pablo Hidalgo even mentions that on their recap of TLJ after it had been out for a week, I think, on the Star Wars show page. Anyway, Bill, give me your ultimate, your perspective of everything.
Well, I love, obviously I gush about Luke's death and how it's perfect and all the symbolism in that, but I kind of... Initially, I thought, okay, this was Rey slamming the door on Kylo Ren. Yeah. And I think, but like, everything I'm seeing with the Rise of Skywalker, like all the trailers, everything makes me kind of feel like they're doing that. Maybe the door's not completely closed, and maybe there's no one's ever really gone. I think that's And that may have a double meaning in The Rise of Skywalker where, obviously the Emperor's back. No one's ever really gone. Mm-hmm. And maybe Ben Solo isn't gone either. So, that's the thing. So I think the scene in general is, I love... Because I think when they showed that in the trailer, like the thing that looked like Revenge of the Sith, I think we all picked up on that, and it was nice to get some confirmation that that's what that was from.
Truly, yep.
So it's cool to see that, and it's cool to see those, to see the dice and to see that, this is a reminder of, what you've done and everything. But
Solo.
Yeah.
And Solo.
Yep.
I mean, Han held onto those dice, and Kira held onto those dice for as long as they did. Now, apparently the meaning is not quite what it was in the visual dictionary of it. That's the one that Han won the Falcon over with, but still, in the same regard, the fact that Han held on to them is really important. Han as a character, and it might be the reason why Han is such a loner and Ben is such a loner. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Why they're so low.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yes. Of course, we close out in the Falcon. I love it. I think it could have ended here, but what they did next was, I think, way more important than it's the central meaning of the movie. What happens after this?
It's a central meaning of Star Wars.
Yeah,
I think,
it is.
because once again, I talked about earlier about we've all been Luke Skywalker looking to the horizon, wanting more, and this is just a new generation completely looking to the tale, the legend of Luke Skywalker, and thinking, I want to be a Jedi. I want to make a difference. I want something more, and this is just Broom Boy is that. And again, Rian is great. I love Rian Johnson, and will forever thank him for The Last Jedi.
Dude, well, Broom Boy is all of us too, man. I mean, how many of us grabbed a broom and twirled it around? You know what I mean? I used to work in a movie theater and cleaning up in between showings. You have a broom. You learn to flip that thing. You become a Jedi Knight with a half broom. But no, that's that wide-eyed kid just ready for adventure and just I don't know, and just the whole symbolism of, look, Luke's sacrifice meant something, and it is the spark that Leia thought was out. It's relit. It's
still
rekindled.
There.
It's not died.
Well,
it hasn't died.
The HoloNet. Someone had to have had their iPhone, 1,000 out or whatever. It's a long time ago. Their iPhone negative 1,000 out, and they had to have been filming it. One of the first order of people, and probably uploaded it to the HoloNet. And you got to think, these kids might have heard about it, and these kids might have seen it, and they're just reenacting it. And Luke was I was Luke. I was Luke Skywalker. I was a legend, and that's where I failed. He thought, I'm just Luke Skywalker. I'm a master. I can do this. And now it clears up his name personally, and it clears up his name in regards to how the world might see him, the universe, the galaxy might see him as he might have created Kylo Ren. That might have actually been something that got out. We just don't know that yet. It's just the ending is amazing, and like you said, Jerry, we've all been there, man. We know what that's like, and I love that the Force now, as it always has been, even as George probably stated it, the Force does not belong just to special people. It belongs to anyone. You can tap into the Force. Most people can. And he is very symbolic. And I love how subtle it was done. Wasn't over the top. Didn't lift up a fathier. He literally was going, instead of going to go grab a boon, he just reaches his arm out and grabs it. And I'll never forget, in my theater, I heard a guy go, oh. You're like, oh, what?
Yeah.
Wow. That. That was shocking. I was like, what?
And immediately
I didn't expect
1,000
it.
fan theories were launched from that as well. That guy's going to be the next trilogy. Rey's going to... Anyway, but... Look, and maybe, but I think good old Tamiri Blag, he is just a wonderful representation of the hope that there is in the name of Luke Skywalker.
Yeah. And if this movie does anything, I think it paints a better picture for Luke as a character, and that might be very controversial, but damn it, if I'm wrong, then I don't want to be right. I mean, if I will hold to it and say that this movie did way more for Luke than the original A New Hope and Empire did. Return of the Jedi did a lot for Luke, but this movie is on par with Return of the Jedi. But boys, we did it. My God.
We did. We did make it.
4 hours of recording. This is intense. This is intense. Looking at
Now
a
spicy
this
one.
is podcasting.
Yeah. So, any final statements to close out before we end up this, in this whole big discussion of the movie? Talking about it now, I think I fell more in love with it. Thank you, Bill and Jerry for that, because I feel complete. It's one of those things. It's
Just tell Disney to send me a little more money, and then I'll keep it coming.
We'll do.
Yeah, we're actually money's a little tight right now. So Disney, if you could just send all the checks.
I've been looking for them. I can't find them. Anyway, go ahead, Bill.
Call me Bill the Shill. I don't care. But as I've done the past almost 4 hours, I've gushed about it. This movie is why I love Star Wars. It was a movie that initially, and I went back and looked at. I got one of those like Facebook reminders of what I posted like 2 years ago, and it was when The Last Jedi came out.
Yeah.
And it was here. You know what? I'll pull it up and I'll read it real quick, because I think it's really important, and it's still like 2 years later, it still means a lot to me, and it's still like I think it's still it means something to me. So let me go ahead and pull this up and read it for you guys.
Yeah.
Here.
Well, I remember. What's up? Let's read it. Let's hear it.
Okay, hold if it'll load. 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. I thought you had got it. Well, I want to say one thing before Bill reads it.
Go ahead.
The night after, I just never forget going through Facebook, and that was the dawn of it. That was when the seed was planted. I just saw so much. It was just visceral. It was just either, I love that. That was amazing. Let's talk about it. Or it was people that were like justifying why it was the worst one ever made.
Yeah.
So what'd you have?
I've got it pulled up, and this was for me December 15th, 2 years ago. It's been almost 24 hours since I saw The Last Jedi, and I'm still processing everything. Easily the most complex and emotional Star Wars movie ever. So many twists and turns, and I don't think I was fully prepared for it. Seeing it again tonight so I can place it in my list, but overall, I love it. So, and I shared it and said 2 years later, it's my favorite Star Wars film. Can't wait for 9. Yeah. So, I think that kind of, those early initial reactions are still true and are still there, but after seeing the movie 10 times in theaters, it's every time, like, I would just get in a mood where I was just like, oh, I have to go see The Last Jedi again. I have to go see it. And I would pick up something completely different every time. So it's a movie that means a lot to me personally. It's a movie that I am glad exists, and I'm glad they did it with Star Wars because I think it's the movie that needed to be made in the series at the time.
Absolutely.
And I think the people that hate on this, it's such a small minority that we shouldn't even listen to some of these voices because frankly they're toxic, misogynistic, racist, everything that's wrong with this fandom. Yeah. And I just feel like it has no place here. And at the end of the day, this movie is about failure and learning to live with that. Yeah. So it's a profound movie that I think means a lot to everyone here. And I'm glad that Rian Johnson made this film.
Yeah. Beautiful ending, Bill. I want to ask one thing, and Jerry, I'll give you your closing remarks. Is it ignorant to be... because I come off, whenever I bring up this movie, I almost come off arrogant because last night I had friends over and they were like, yeah, I don't want to even talk about The Last Jedi with you. And I'm like, well, why? It's like, well, you just don't, you'll never see why we don't like it, And I'm like, I won't. I really won't. And I never will. And it's arrogant. I should be able to get on a level with someone, even good friends that I have, and be able to talk and think about it with them. But to me, I've never been more connected to a Star Wars movie.
Right.
As a kid, you watch The Phantom Menace because it's fun. It's the most fun. Attack of the Clones is interesting. Revenge of the Sith is emotional. It is emotionally impacting. That movie is probably if I were to see the most emotional Star Wars movies, it would be TLJ and Revenge of the Sith for me. Right. But this movie did something that I never thought a Star Wars movie would do, and it didn't require Darth Vader. And it didn't require, it didn't require, I don't know, it just, it wasn't even a canon thing, which is the craziest part.
It didn't require an incredible lightsaber battle. It didn't it taught a lesson, which is exactly what I think the original intent of Star Wars was. It was to be this fun action adventure, but it was still meant to, like, you know, you're becoming an adult, and it's supposed to help you with all that.
Yes. Jerry, let's end it, baby.
All right, man. I just have to thank Rian Johnson, the crew, everyone involved in that movie, because this film allowed me to feel what it must have felt like to watch Empire Strikes Back in theaters day one. Mm-hmm. Because that, I mean, I think people forget, like, it was kind of divisive there too, but to just watch a Star Wars film and feel an excitement and like just not being able to know what's going to happen next, keeping me guessing. I've never had that before. And I mean, we'll find out if since from Rise of Skywalker, but seriously, I just that's what I appreciate the most about it, is that it makes me feel, it allows me to feel what it must have felt like to see that, and that's an amazing feeling. So I'm just happy for that. And,
absolutely.
And again, hey, I think it's time, guys. I think it's time to, and I'm just talking to the internet out there. I think we should just lay the weapons aside. I don't think either one of the sides here is convincing the other. Let people enjoy what they enjoy. If it's not for you, that's okay, man. You got not 10 other Star Wars films that you might enjoy.
Right.
So just all I can say in this time right before Rise of Skywalker is let's be, as they say, luminous. And
let's be luminous.
Let's be luminous. As the shout out to Black Series Rebels, and you know what? Let's have the discourse. Let's disagree, but let's do it respectfully, guys. Let's do it the Jedi way.
And Jerry, to your point, you honestly cannot argue the validity of this series or this sequel trilogy being bad until you see all three sequences. I heard a lot of people didn't like The Force Awakens. A lot of people did not like TLJ. But the only way you can truly take a step back and retrospectively think about this entire sequel trilogy story as a whole is really when this third one comes out, okay? That's truly the only time you can then make a pure and realistic judgment that this might be, and I'm not going to ever say this, but if someone were to say, the prequels were better, or this was worse, you can't say that yet until Thursday, and you finally see all three of them together, because I think we're going to see a lot of completion of arcs. We're going to get a return of Luke. He's not going to be Super Saiyan Luke. I can't say that for a fact, but if it's going to stick true to what we know, it won't be like that. But
there will be no Kamehameha in Star Wars. I will put $100 on that right now.
The entire first hour of Rise of Skywalker is Rey and Kylo just powering up. So
Wow, this is weird. Frieza showed up in episode 9.
Yeah.
What a bold move!
No, that's awesome, Scotty. Though, like that's actually the perspective of my good buddy and neighbor Devin O'Mara, who I'm going to be going to see this movie with. Guys, you remember he was on that first live stream. He was on that first live stream with me with A New Hope. A great guy, and he told me. I said, "What do you think of The Last Jedi?" He's like, "Well, I see Skywalker first." Because he said when you saw Empire Strikes Back, he agrees. Anyway, I think that's a solid perspective to have, and I respect it. So,
generally in this moment of the episode, we kind of go into speculation. If there's anything I do want to say, one thing, the other two things I have listed, gentlemen, are not that important. But how do you think Palpatine will have influenced this movie in particular? I think it's just the idea of Snoke and maybe the voices inside Kylo Ren's head, to smash the helmet or to strike down, Rey or whatever the situation
Snoke is the key, definitely. And I can't wait for them to unlock that door finally.
Cool.
I think we'll figure out. I think we've already talked a little bit about this theory that like the voice that is talking to him in Vader's helmet is Palpatine, and that's why he's so conflicted. That voice is inside of his head because of some. The reason that Ben Solo turns to the dark side is ultimately it's his decisions, but he's had somebody there pushing him there the exact same way that he pushed Anakin, but just in a different way. So I think that's what it is, and I think Snoke was probably in on it the whole time, as we've talked about it a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see.
We will definitely see. But gentlemen, my God, we did the Bombad Buildup. Jerry is literally complete.
We have done it.
We did.
We have built up. Now we must knock it down.
Sheehy. Yes, we must
knock the whole thing down. Run it back.
Must knock this unholy Jenga tower to the ground and all melt into a pile of crying goo after Thursday.
I gotta say one thing, Bill, and I'm so happy you could join us because you were our first guest, and to close out this year of guests, we end with Bill Sheehy. It's been 6 months since he was last on, and I'm just absolutely honored to know that we've got a friend like you in the pod, and we can do this and talk with you for almost 4.5 hours about a movie that's.
We talked for 4.5 hours about the last time you were on here. I think
we did.
Right? So,
we did.
Sure. We cut into 2 episodes.
I love it. So I just want to say thank you guys so much for having me. You said I don't deserve that kind of respect. It's an honor for me to be on here. You guys, the highlight of my celebration was meeting you guys, and I've interacted with you on Twitter before, Scotty, before meeting you at Celebration, but I just want to tell you, you both are the most genuine, nice, wonderful people that that make this fandom so special. We
can say the same for you. I mean, it's the same sentiment, man.
Shut up, you ninnies. Come on. No, I'm just playing. Bill, dude, seriously,
it doesn't take one to know one.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's always nice to come on. I'm always honored when people want me to come on and talk about Star Wars and deal with my bullshit for almost 4.5 hours. So I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. And I got to talk about my favorite Star Wars movie.
Exactly.
So it's just a wonderful, wonderful night. It's a wonderful time to be a Star Wars fan, and I love talking to you guys. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Hey, huzzah to that, I say.
Huzzah!
It's weird because if I'm going to go through our guests and just to make sure we get everyone, if you haven't listened to the Bombad Buildup, maybe now's the time to start. You can do a 24-hour play before the
Don't watch the movies.
Just leave it on.
Just listen to our podcast. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's all you need. That's all you need.
It's like Lord of the Rings times 20.
So many great people on the show, like Pete Fletcher. We got Force Toast. We had Eric Cotterman, and we had a good friend of mine. We had, of course, Alex from Star Wars Explained. We had Sean Hoey. We had Brad Whipple, Lacey Gillerin, and we ended it with Bill Sheehy. And to hype our fans up,
on the
this
wonderful
next
Sunday of Star Wars goodness.
Yes. We ended it so nice and beautiful, and it's been a great meal. But we're ending it probably with an episode that just features me and Jerry, just to close everything out, and just to keep everyone in touch and stay tuned. Jerry and I are going to do our Rise of Skywalker review. We're going to record it probably Sunday night, and I'm going to try to get it out literally probably the night of, as soon as I can, just so we got people listening sooner. And the last thing we're going to recap before we take a couple of weeks break is going to be The Mandalorian. But we did the Bombad Buildup. Everyone that listened and made through this entire experience has been an absolute honor. This has been the best way to enjoy these movies, and I feel way more prepared now than I ever would have been if not been doing this. But yeah.
Well, You know,
Jerry?
guys, if you have made it all the way to the end of the Bombad Buildup here, then congratulations. You are officially the stockholders of Bombad Cast Incorporated. You are you are the board of trustees now. Thank you. We thank you, trustees. Yep. But no, and also, hey, yeah, we got our last episode, kind of our last episode, the Rise of Skywalker thing coming up, like Scotty said, but just to plug it here so you guys hear it on here if you haven't seen the tweet. Dude, as soon as you see this wonderful, whatever this movie is going to be, Rise of Skywalker on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, record a voice message, send it to thebombadcast@gmail.com. And guys, we are ending out this year. We're gonna freak out. You might have some special cameos. We don't know, but we want to end it with you guys as well. We want to hang out. We're hanging out at IHOP. We're talking about the Rise of Skywalker. So guys, send in your first thoughts, reaction, your initial reaction after you get out of the theater. Start recording yourself crying. I mean, come on, Anthony, Rural Farm Boy. I want to hear the tears in that. But no, I'm just kidding. No, man. No, but guys, yeah. So do that. Remember at Bombad or the Bombadcast @gmail.com. You can follow us at Bombadcast on Twitter. And you can come hang out with us and your old high school principal on Facebook at the Bombad Fam, a Bombad Cast official group on the Book of Faces. And gosh,
let's give Bill his chance to plug.
Bill,
plug.
Yeah.
Well, you guys can find, once again, thank you so much for having me on. It was wonderful to be here. You guys can find me on Twitter at Star Wars Bill. And if you like me here, you can listen to me and my good friend Trey Mitchell.
One of the best.
On our podcast, Skywalking Through the League. We can be found on iTunes, Google Play, Spotify, anywhere you can find podcasts. And you can follow us on Twitter at SkywalkingTL. And we're going to do a couple giveaways here in the next couple of weeks. We're going to talk we're going to get back to reviewing episodes of The Mandalorian this week. And then, of course, we'll have our big Rise of Skywalker and what we're looking forward to in 2020 in Star Wars. So look forward to that, guys. And please check us out. Leave us a review on iTunes. Do whatever. Say something nice. We don't we don't care. Just go ahead and listen to us. We really appreciate it. And I appreciate you having me on here again, guys.
No problem at all, man. Hey, seriously, guys, go check out Skywalking Through the League, man. I never miss an episode. Love it so much. You guys do quality work over there. I love the dynamic of you and Trey. And so, hey, guys, and hey, you never know. We got to get Trey and Bill on at the same time.
That's
someday,
right,
man. You never know.
By the way, Trey says hello. Trey says hello, guys. I just remembered that.
The Force, Trey. Love you, buddy. Can't wait to talk to
you. The collab we've been needing. But with that being said, Jerry, what should the good people do one last time before we see the Rise of Skywalker?
You should, for the love of everything holy and decent, get some sleep so you don't fall asleep in the movie. Turn this off. Go to bed. I close the windows. I know the sun is shining through, but it's okay. It's early in the morning now. Go to sleep, little babes, tiny baby birds, and also stay Bombad.